What's up? My name is Borat. What's up? What's up? Dude was always a cool dude in my book. Most beautiful morning indeed, bro. Definitely have some. That's where we're going today. All right. So, what life can produce. When I was trapped in somebody else's parameters of thoughts, in those days I had lots of frustrations. I had lots of friends too. When I was a kid growing up, we were told, go outside and make some friends. That's what we were told to do. Go outside, run around the neighborhood, and go meet some other people that are running around outside like you. Back then, we had no idea if our parents had met each other long ago, knew each other was on the block, had family ties that went back years, but for one thing or another, just stopped talking. Didn't even mention the problem, forgot the person. And we knew that they were good people ultimately. Our own personal dispute with this individual or this couple or this family was not about their character being poor. It was about some personal issue that we couldn't overcome or some disliking that just booty hurt us or them. And so they told us to go outside and play with the kids in the neighborhood without knowing anything except have fun. And what they didn't tell us and what they did not know how to verbalize to us was that we were their prodigy. We were their offspring. We were their next version. And if we could make friends with this family, then we could undo a wrong that they were stuck in. They couldn't do it. They couldn't muster it up. They were not in the place to do it. And they told us, just go outside and make friends. Just go outside and make a friend. Go play. Making friends in the world. Wow, what a scary place to talk to somebody, to hear from somebody, to interact with somebody who doesn't wear the same outfit that you do. I don't know about you or where you live, but as far as where I am and where I live and where I've lived, who knows what the family down the street might prefer to dress up like as because they're from another country. I'm in a country where we were founded. The country was founded and established on immigration. Our country is made up of people from around the world, from Africa to Italy to Austria to all sorts. And they come find a pocket over in this country, and they've had families for generations, and they did not adopt to American standards. They held to their family cultural ties, to their bloodlines, to what they did at their homeland. They didn't forget that. They passed that on to you. Just a pawn in the beginning. That's all we were. Just a pawn. Go on, make some friends. See if you can get beyond their defenses. See if you could get all the way into their encampment onto the other side, because if you do, you could transform into anything you want to be. But it meant putting your pride in, and I want you to see your ego as a beautiful thing. I don't want you to see your ego as something you have to put to the side. But put the bad things, put the pride and put the lust and put the greed, put all those things to the side. Don't feed that to your ego. Don't feed those things to others. Your ego is a truly beautiful thing. It's who you are. Your ego is your mind. It's your mind. I'm going to clear some bullshit up right now. Mind, body, soul. You got your flesh. That's your that's your ka. It's your flesh, 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 flesh. Just skin and bone. Got no thought behind it. Just body. You got your soul. That's what brings back memories from their travels at night, and you like to go, ooh, I had a dream. It seemed so real. You didn't realize your soul was traveling and was in another body. And that's why it felt real, because it was a memory, not some poofy, immaterial non reality. Lastly, your mind, or your soul will be like your body. Your mind Your mind is your ego. Your mind is your awareness of yourself. Your mind is the ability to bring in information of your surroundings and to evaluate what and who you are. Your mind defines who you are. You ever seen or heard a story where, I don't know, a bunny is brought up in a household that has a cat and a dog, and, normally the cat's going to kill the bunny, but it doesn't happen. Why? Because the parents, the people in the house, they brought those animals together and they said, you be nice to each other. And they taught them a thing or two when they were young, and they instilled some values into their mind that said that they're not just a predator, they're now a family member. And we don't have to hunt our family to eat. We can take care of each other. That mind is your ego. You don't want to kill it. If you kill it, you go into derision. You want to transform it. You want to put away the bad habits and bring in new positive habits, healthy habits, things that are going to benefit you. Do they hurt you emotionally? Yes. Why? Because that's something I care about. Good. Think about the things you care about and feel the things you care about. You need to be moved about the things you care about. Because if you're not, then you're just another effect from everybody around you. And if you're just an effect, you like the ball in the ping pong, the ball in the uh, God, I can't even think of the name. You know, you hit the buttons, it hits the ball up, and I can't even. I want to say ping pong ball, but ping pong's with the paddles. I want to say skee ball, but that's with the little things. Pinball machine. Thank you. Pin. You don't want to be the ball in the pinball machine. You don't want to be that. Fuck that. You'd rather be the dude hitting the buttons. Maybe the dude designing the dang machine so someone else can have a fun time. But we're done being the effect of someone else. That's why your mind is important and your ego is important. Your self thought about yourself is important and valuable. And if you're concerned with everybody else's view and opinion, then you'll never be able to see yourself for who you are. If everybody's telling you, look left, and they're putting this in your face, how the fuck can you concentrate on anything else? You can't. That's all you're seeing is just the crazy. And that's one aspect of how you liberate yourself. What are we liberating ourselves from? What do you liberate yourself from? From the impediments of other people. Are you doing anything truly wrong? No. Are you doing something really different and freaking weird? Yeah. Are people really curious and wondering what's going on? Sure. Fuck them all. I ain't doing anything wrong. So I'm going to keep doing what I do. People can stare and look all day. I do not need a working crew. I don't need an audience crew. I don't need a crew. I am who I am and I'm going to do what I do. And if people like it, then go on and watch. I'm not going to cower up or do something different. The only thing I know how to do is be me. If you're spending your whole life just simply, it's good to help. Don't get me wrong. It's good to be a good individual. But if you just spend all your time pleasing everybody, then they never got to know you. What, you did a lot of good deeds for them, so they're going to give you something? How about a piece of their heart? How about a slice of their life? How about them opening up and really being somebody who you're going to remember for the rest of your life because they've connected with you deeper than family ever did in 30 plus years, but this person just for a moment, something that just moved my life and changed me to go forward. If you stop valuing the opinions of others and just live your life and become you, you'll be that inspiration. Because there's going to be some child, some young person of mine, no matter the age of body, and they're going to see you and it's going to move them. The conversations that you're going to have with people, learning instead of judging, but learning. Wow, this is what somebody else does. No mind thought to change them or transform them or turn them into one of my followers or a follower of some grouping that I like. No, I spent time with you to get to know you. And I come to find that most people don't know themselves, which was like my mom. She kind of didn't know herself, but when she saw me, It was like looking in the mirror. She knew every single little thing I said and did, all the little things I thought I was getting away with, but she knew it up and down because she knew I was just like her. That's why she could just talk to me most of the time. And I would get it and change my ways because she was talking to herself. She saw herself within me. And when you discover who you are, you'll see how much of you is within other people. Then you'll realize where they're trapped, where they can't move forward. And you'll also be stuck with the conflict that you'll already know at this point that no matter what you do, you can't pull them out of it. You can't change your mind. That's why the experience, the impact of the experience of life, go outside, make a friend, go say hello to a stranger. You want to know why I like smoking cigarettes? I'll tell you why I like smoking cigarettes. It's the main reason why I still enjoy doing it. Because I will go to motherfucking Starbucks or some coffee shop. I get myself a coffee. I go sit outside and I'll be smoking a cigarette. And one way or another, someone will come up to me and they'd ask me for a cigarette. Or I'd be out and I'd see someone smoking a cigarette and I'd go ask them for a cigarette. And they say sure and I'd say sure, whichever the case. And as we be sipping on our cigarette or sipping on our coffee, smoking a cigarette, we start talking. And one spiritual thing leads to another, and what a friend I made. I'll never talk to him again. We didn't exchange numbers, but damn, if that cigarette wasn't present, there would have been no reason for us to say anything to each other. We needed an icebreaker. Who knew we needed a fire starter? Tobacco, I have found, has brought me spiritual connection. This is just my connection. And then when I start seeing my elders and my ancestors in different tribes and different groupings and families, and they be busting out the tobacco and they be making offerings with it, I'm like, oh shit, let me take some of my tobacco and put it on the altar. I didn't realize. I didn't realize that I wasn't doing this for my health or not for my health. I was doing this for connection, to go out and meet and make a friend, a stranger as a friend. Whoa, they had some spiritual connection and interest too. Whoa. Talk about being able to have your pie and eat it too. People say cake, but I like pie more. I kind of want to make this pie. Like, I never made pie crust, but I make bread and stuff from time and um, like biscuits and whatnot, but tortillas. But I want to make a pie where it's like the pie, it's like the top, like, I don't know, blueberries, and then pie crust, and then blueberries and pie crust, and blueberries and pie crust. Because I love that pie crust. I can't get enough of it. Anyways, enough about pie. I'm drinking tea this morning, if you're wondering. No sweetener, no sugar, no honey, just straight. It's more of a black tea, but it's not just a plain Lipton black tea or anything like that. For all those people who don't see angels in my atmosphere, I got angels here. This is why, by being your authentic self and truly not caring about the opinions of others, it allows you to see a different world. It allows you to enter a different reality of sight. By being on the outside, you can be a viewer more than interacting. See, like, I like to call him the dude. The dude and other sacred texts admonish us not to be involved in worldly affairs and major things going on. Don't worry about the trend of the world. If you're worried about the trend of the world, then you're trying to force something that is unnatural. But if you follow the flow of your heart, the flow of the energy, which is your cycles, if you haven't been watching or whatnot, we all have cycles. These cycles affect how we feel, how we perform, what we do, whether it's successful, whether it's met with failure, whether we persist in an effort, or whether we're beaten back with events that cause us to be immobile in our efforts. To truly get to learn oneself is to discover those cycles. The only way to discover those cycles is to learn what your limits are. If you would imagine yourself in the room that you're in, but you're blind, you have no sight. You don't have to close your eyes, just pretend, just imagine it. There's no sight, the room's just black, it's all black. And you don't know where the walls are. You don't know where the extent of that room is. So you're gonna walk out and you're gonna touch and reach, and in your time you've learned to use a stick or something long to poke with rather than putting your hand right up to it. So you go and you find your limits, and then you discover, oh, there's one area I can go through. Oh, must be a little side room there. Okay, you learn that that's there. Eyes are still black, you still have no physical sight, and so you have to look and poke and prod, and oops, I broke that. Darn it, I didn't mean to. I heard a big crash. Wait a second, but I can go through this area. Let me watch my feet. Can't watch my feet, but let me make sure I sweep away the stuff on the floor and take very careful steps. And that's how we can find where our limits are, of what we're capable of what our cycles are, our ups and our downs. When we're not doing good emotionally, and I'll tell you a real big sign, okay? You ever have that morning start off and you drop this thing and then you knock that thing over, and then you try to do what you do every single day, but you just met with failure 2, 3 times in a row? I'm going to tell you what, you don't have to, I'm not telling you what to do, but you'll follow. I tell you what to do. Take that day off. Call into work, tell them you're sick, tell them you got a family emergency. I don't give a fuck. Take that day off. Were you planning to go help Grandma or Josie or Janie? Fuck that. Take it. Were you gonna go to Walmart and Micro? Fuck that shit. Take that day off. I'm staying my ass home, and I'm just gonna like eat some cereal and play some video games or watch TV and maybe sleep a little bit longer because I smoked a little extra weed. Fuck that shit. I'm taking the day off. That's how to know you're not doing good. That's how to know that your soul is not in tune with your mind and your body. Or maybe your mind and your body is not in tune with itself. Maybe your ego is really wanting, your mind is wanting something, but your body's like, nah. So it causes all these problems because it's telling you, don't, not today, not today. And by taking that day off, you might have missed out pay. You might have missed out being somewhere. You might have missed out on getting a reward. But I tell you what, you would have caused your presence just alone because you were divided, because you were separated. Mind, body, and soul were not aligned. You would have caused so many problems that you would have spent the next 6 months to 3 years cleaning up that problem. So just take the day off. take the day off and have no problems. If you stub your toe at home, fine, stub your toe at home. That's easy enough. That's no problem. Did I break something of mine by accident? Whoops. I'm gonna make sure I don't fumble around with that sensitive laptop I got when I'm feeling when this is going on. And this is observing your cycles of nature, putting your body first before the demands of some job telling you you gotta be here on time and you gotta do this. My body is more important than anything you could pay me to do. And if my body says I need to sit home and cry and feel sad, just I don't even know why, then I need to do that. Or if I need to, however it is I'm feeling, whatever it is is going on, my mind, my body, my soul, if it's not aligned, I can't go do nothing for nobody. Because if I'm not doing good, all the work and all the efforts I do, including with my mind, it's going to create. It might have got the job done, but nothing lasting. Be like man's modern products. It's going to break in 2 or 3 years. They're going to break it on purpose with some new stupid update and make my phone not usable just because they wanted me to go buy a new one. Well, shit, I didn't buy this one, so unless somebody gives me one, I'm fucked. But all those things are just a reminder of how important your peace is. Your peace, your calm spirit. It's just like it's from what I'm about third G. To know how to make the proper gesture in the correct milieu at the right cosmic moment. Now, this is sacred magic. In this way, often unconsciously, we are magicians. Wisdom consists in knowing how to be consciously so. I'm going to say that again. Unconsciously, we are magicians. Wisdom consists in knowing how to be consciously so. In my book that I wrote and had published, I have a word, and it talks about taking the subconscious and putting it at the crown, putting it at the top of the mind, and allowing that conscious, that ego, to be the subconscious. So what winds up happening is that the physical world, very direct example, I used to work at McDonald's. So I go in there and everything I knew how to do was automatic. I already worked there. I already knew how to do everything. So all of that stuff was on my subconscious level, and I allowed my subconsciousness to take the lead of my mind. This was after much journey. This was not at the start of initiation. This was not by any means at the start of my journey. This is a bit advanced. And I took, without reading this, without knowing any of this, I allowed my subconscious to dominate the guidance of my body and the guidance of my words, and I allowed my conscious mind to go on the subconscious, and that's when the world just became automatic. Everything going on in the world, you just deal with, you just take care of it. There's a process, there's one, two, three. The world's very logistical, logical. Uh, it's not very complicated. When there's a problem or an issue, it's a mystery. And when a mystery happens, it's because somebody is either consciously or unconsciously hiding the truth from others. So when you are used to seeing the full picture, when you've put many puzzles of life together, then when you come into a situation and everybody's losing their shit, and you're like, oh, the one piece is missing right there. Mm-hmm. Here. Boop. And then everybody's like, what the fuck? And you're like, Deuces, love. Because you already seen that. You already know. You already know your cycles. You know your rhythms. And when you get to know you, then those natural things that come up from that subconscious that happen in your life, you're not getting, I wasn't getting frustrated at them anymore. Now I understood their placement. Now I understood their timing. Now I understood that the happening of whatever it was that I liked or didn't like, whatever the happening going on, was evidence of that phase of the cycle of my life. Okay, I navigate my own cycle. So then when I go interact with the world, I make sure my body and soul's together. Otherwise, I'm going to sit home and just have fun in my fun house. I don't know about you, but most people I know, they got a sad house. Some people got a silent house. Some people got a chaotic house. I have whatever kind of house you want. I'm gonna have a fun house. I always thought like to live in a mirror house, like you walked into the place and it's got all the mirrors and you don't know which way you're going or turning. Man, if I could, I would. I'd have like, yeah, be like, you gotta find your way to like the living room. All right, third G. The Neoplatonist, a philosophic body that developed over several centuries at the end of the ancient era in the Greco-Roman period, promoted a combination of Egyptian spirituality with the schools of Plato, Pythagoras, Aristotle, and the Stoics. The fusion of religious and metaphysical concepts that arose from this endeavor preserves some of Egypt's esoteric tradition, but favors the Greek approach to spiritual practice, a cognitive dialogue between the conscious mind and the immanent soul, an approach that delegates feeling and sensation to the realm of irrational experience. In spite of its withdrawal from the sensate and intuitive aspect of spirituality, Neoplatonic philosophy acknowledged the importance of divine experience and expressed it in terms of theurgy, divine work. Though the term is generally applied to divine or supernatural intervention in human affairs and is often used to allude to the magic and sorcery practiced in the Greco Roman age, it imparts the spirit and intent of ancient Egyptian spiritual practice. Theurgy can fulfill the natural inclination in a spiritual practice to employ the senses along with the conscious mind to experience the sacred. More importantly, it is an approach to spiritual practice that conveys benefits to the practitioner, a grace that is exchanged between the God and the theurgist sacrament. The fundamental premise of theurgy is that nature and natural forces are intelligent
and communication with them is not only possible, but desirable. Approaches forwarded by both the priestly tradition of Pharaonic Egypt and the later Hermetic philosophy of the Alexandrian sages, acts of communicating with these forces, the gods, fulfill many of the needs that human beings possess, which the Neoplatonic philosopher Iamblichus, the 4th century CE, described in several ways. The presence of the gods indeed imparts to us health of body, virtue of soul, purity of intellect, and in one word elevates everything in us to its proper principle. The dispositions of the soul of those that invoke the gods to appear receive, when they become visible, a liberation from the passions, a transcendent perfection, and an energy entirely more excellent, and participate of divine love and an immense joy. But the pursuit of this interaction is not one sided. The ancients believed that the Netru are as attracted to the mundane sphere as much as human beings seek knowledge of divine life. This is because the gods embody nature and convey the natural forces that are interdependent with human existence. In this, the gods have a threefold need to interact with us. The first being the theurgic necessity. Here, the Netru seek to reveal through vision or appearance their existence, thereby increasing their power and extending their realm of visible manifestation. Consequently, the second purpose arises as the magical necessity. The Netru must manifest through material mediums so that their natural powers increasingly associate with, rather than separate from, the physical world. Here, their existence is continuously integrated with natural life and is thus bound to it. The third purpose for the Netru's interaction with earthly life is the goetic necessity. The power of the Netru has animated the material form that imprints and modifies it, and thus elevates it. A consequence of this phenomenon is that the modified material form serves as a medium. It may be read or interpreted by human participants for divination, prophecy, and healing. Here, the Nether's imprint continues to refine the matter that it embodies. What then were the Egyptian sacraments, and which of the necessities, theurgic, magical, and goetic, were served when they were performed and received? These are the questions often posed when we examine the temple tradition, and even for scholars, they are the most elusive to answer. However, from the ritual texts that comprise the known liturgies, several acts that evoke the powers of the gods that are passed on to recipients appear on the landscape of religious ceremony throughout all periods in Egyptian history. Ritual establishes a relationship, and in the Egyptian context, it renews the human connection to natural life through the Neteru, the divine intermediaries. Hence, the landscape of the natural environment is an essential component of the temple. The phenomena of the sky and earth are an integral part of its spiritual work. For the sake of clarity, this work will refer to rite and ritual as purposeful words and actions performed in the sacred environment that have been prescribed by tradition, such as the rite of offering. In turn, a series of rituals dedicated to a specific goal or deity is here regarded as ceremony or observance, such as the ceremony of opening the mouth, which involves offering as well as other rites. The Egyptians also celebrated festivals, and in the context of their tradition, such events commemorated the appearance or acts of the Netru. Festivals involved many rituals, ceremonies, and other incidents, such as journeys, the processions, and the communal celebrations. The Kesu, the rites. There are prescribed rites for daily observances as well as for ceremonies called by other occasions, rarely deviated from tradition, and this encompasses a span of thousands of years. The cultures surrounding Egypt in ancient times recognized this and attributed the great power of Egyptian religion to its antiquity and fidelity to past tradition. These basic acts, the kesu, prescriptions, the rites, were performed in the home temple, in the home, in the temple, the tomb, and public festival. All ceremonies, great and small, featured variations on these time honored rites. The Kesu, loosely described, fall into two categories: Hortepu and Wabu.
I am not the individual to teach you about stretching. Um, there are certain things that you should be aware of because do, doing the wrong movements can really cause problems. But I've learned a thing or two in my life, and especially that was embedded into me by my mother, and also that I've learned continually in all my spiritual seeking, is that a spine, an upright spine, and proper posture is so important for spiritual work. The ability you have at your root chakra, at your at that portion, that really is where the fire. That's where like the engine starter is. Okay, the engine starter is in your root chakra, and if that gets fired up and those energies are correctly utilized, it'll travel all the way up, not straight up. It's more serpentine,
but the energy travels up your spine and can actually reach your pineal gland and can actually activate the pineal gland. I'm not getting into all of that explanation right now, but it's very important, and you can look a lot of that information up. And what you look up, okay, what you find online, I suggest you can do it. Look up books, free books to download that teach you about this. Okay, they're out there, and there's nothing special you got to do. Just Google search the words and free PDF, and you'll be amazed. Some people's books that come up that are free. Anyways, double check the information you look up online about stretching and about all of those kind of activities, because people like to put stuff out and they really don't know what they're talking about. I talk about what I know, and what I don't know, well, I'm going to do for me, I'll leave it all for others. Anyways, moving on to Hotepu, offering rites. In the Egyptian tradition, acts of offering are basic and fundamental to every rite. Daily in the temple, periodically in the tomb, calendrically through the calendar, in the sacred astronomy that determines solar, lunar, and stellar events. Offerings are made on behalf of the living, the dead, and especially to the gods. The sharing of goods is a vital component of social and religious observance in every agricultural society, but it is especially particular to Egyptian ceremony. The interdependence of life is acknowledged through this act, as well as the metaphysical transference of power from material to spiritual form and its reversion to the mundane world once more. Formal offerings nurture the bounds between the visible and invisible worlds by acknowledging power and sharing the fruits of labor. Offerings took a number of forms and each had its ceremonial value. The offering of consumable goods is most often described in temple and tomb, with a regular and consistent program of such offering being established for the god or the deceased as a cult. Votive offerings were also made at temple and tomb, being finely made or sentimental objects that honor the gods or the deceased. They could also commemorate sacred days or events and represent important tools that the gods may empower for the owner. Physicians, instruments, jewelry, architects, tools, scribal supplies, and so forth. These offerings are occasional and not subject to the cult rules of other offerings, where, for instance, fish was never offered in the ceremonial environment. The most important aspect of the offering gesture is the expectation that it will be returned in another form. Here, the goetic necessity is operative. The material that is offered becomes transformed by its contact with divinity. The Egyptians believed that making use of this converted substance completes the circle of offering and perpetuates the divinization of matter. Hence, the communal feasts following funerary ceremonies and the reversion of offerings after temple ritual. When we get into the Wabu, the purification rites, Egyptian ritual is replete with rites of purification that precede every ceremony or festival. The concept of purity is not, however, arising from a belief that the participants are impure or unworthy in any manner. Rather, these acts are an acknowledgement that a new world has been entered and an exalted state is recognized. As a form of rebirth, these observances emulate the renewal of the land by the river's inundation. or the entry of the child into the world with its initial bathing and donning of new apparel. In the daily ritual of the temple, those who entered the divine house were required to be physically and ritually clean. This encompassed the individual bathing, anointing in the divine house, and the recitation of texts that declared moral purity. Even the deities shared in these acts a ritual cleansing, clothing, and feeding of the Nether's image took place in the daily ritual, a need that arose out of its descent from celestial realms in the night and re entry into the mundane world in the day. Gestures of purity are a restatement of dedication to divine work on a number of levels, but they also convey the transcendent purpose of theurgy. These acts provide the opportunity for renewal and revision of behavior or attitude that becomes aligned to divine purposes. Purification is also a reminder of the innate perfection of creation that is being realized through all ritual. I'm going to repeat that one. Purification is also a reminder of the innate perfection of creation that is being realized through all ritual. The Kesu may be designed for practice according to the convenience and preference of the practitioner. Such rites, being very basic to temple ritual, are best performed in the morning on arising, as they were in ancient times, but this is not a requisite. Iru, ceremonies of the sky. The creative worlds become accessible through the rhythms of cosmic life. Solar, lunar, and stellar resonances of the sacred astronomy, these rhythms provide the powers of the temple and renew them cyclically. The Iru, the fabrications, are temple observances that take place during these times at the new moon and full moon, the lunar, solar ingresses, solstices, and equinoxes, and stellar events such as the helical rising of Sirius or the return of the temple's particular star to the pre-dawn sky. Also included in these ceremonies are any events that denote the inception of new cycles, such as the Wag festival for the beginning of the lunar year. The times for observing these ceremonies may vary each year and must be calculated using the temple system of sacred astronomy. These function of the Iru is to capture the outpouring of the nether as it is released cosmically and directed to enhance human and natural life. In the Egyptian worldview, divine law is believed to be resident in all phenomena and exist in its most powerful form in celestial bodies where even the souls of exalted human beings can journey. Hebu festivals. Festivals of the times, the calendar, are often called feasts and were numerous in ancient Egypt. These include the days that commemorated the divine births of the divine children, of the five children of Nut and Geb, and heroic acts such as the defeat of Set by Hiru. They were usually held on fixed dates and included traditional events like pharaonic crownings celebrated on the first day in the month of Taibi, calendric ceremonies, Hebu, plural for Heb, festival, provide openings between the visible and invisible worlds where the exchange of energy and information may take place. This fulfills the magical necessity that integrates the natural realm with the realm of the nether. Hebu are also observed when required by the temple or its members, such as a funeral or a marriage. These events fulfill the theurgic necessity that extends the realm of the nether from the celestial to the mundane sphere. This is because the acts of the gods, when emulated, allow their powers to become integrated into daily life of participants and elevate their environment. As we move into the transformations, the Keparu, there are other significant human events that fall within the realm of the Habu, the festival, though they represent the ultimate aim of theurgy, the transition from mundane to divine experience. In ancient Egypt, these high rituals were reserved for members of the royal house and the priesthood, though at times other members of society had access to them through extensive temple training and accomplishment in certain disciplines, such as medicine, theology, and astronomy. Spells and sorcery also fall under the realm of Keperu, transformation. Messen, these are founding ceremonies, and these are specific rituals intended to prepare and welcome the recipient into a new life, whether it be for a specified period or for eternity. These include the inauguration of the Divine House, name givings, and the enigmatic Sed Festival, a 30-year Quranic celebration that commemorates the original crowning into the monarchy. These events impart a new identity and arrival into a new realm of existence. Here we move forward into the Sa Akeru. This is the initiation ceremonies. These rituals intend to empower the initiate with new faculties, powers, and responsibilities. They are known from records of pharaonic and priestly investiture and ceremonies that represent the process described in Hermetic literature as making gods. This genre of Egyptian spiritual work includes the transformative forces conveyed in the opening of the mouth and book of breathings. They are pivotal ceremonies that represent the endowment of creative power from the gods to human beings. Recipients for these events include the living, the suffering, the dead, divine forces, and temples themselves. Sa'akeru means to make glorious and to perform sublime rites. Next, we're going to move into daily ritual
as the next topic at hand. And what we just read over on the ceremonies, a lot of what we're reading over I read over years ago. And my life was led to a temple, Adi Parashakti. If you in or around the area of Pontiac, Michigan, 551 West Kennett, beautiful temple, beautiful people, awesome place. I went there for a good long while. I visited another temple, but that one, I really learned a lot. And I tried to get people to go with me. I, I tried. I tried to get my friends to go to the temple. I tried to get strangers to go to the temple. I tried. And in the end, I was able to get a handful, maybe 10, maybe a dozen that went at different times. But nothing repetitive, nothing consistent. Just they visited once or twice or whatever, and that was it. So then I was able to run and operate a metaphysical shop and do readings, and I was able to set up a bit of an inner sanctuary, and I was able to perform these ceremonies for people. And I called them sound baths. Use the sound bowl. I walk around them, play the sound bowl. That energy creates a safe space. The vibration resonates with their chakras. Their energies become activated, and they're able to have a divine connection. And 84 times that year, people had out of body experiences. The ceremonies that I learned how to do, I had put together from several sources from all the way around the world. And in any regards, there is a massive reality to all of what I'm reading here. And it's a fun journey to go on if you decide to go on it. Now, the daily ritual. One of the most cited of the Egyptian temple observances is the daily ritual of the temple. Delineated in modern times is the ritual of the divine cult. It is recorded at the temples of Karnak and Abydos, and many of its components are included in funerary and the dedicatory ceremonies of Egyptian monuments. However, it was consistently performed at dawn in the temple and employed a great number of personnel, most of whom were resident in the divine house for at least a season of the year. A generous array of offerings were presented in this daily event, along with individual rites, from awakening the deity and presenting its earthly nourishment to transferring its power via the officiants to divine images or human recipients. 53 individual rites are described, and each was followed every day in the temple, never deviating from tradition. However, in the great temples, rites were elaborated and additional hymns and offerings particular to the deity of the locale. For instance, when the status of the deity in the shrine wore a Uraeus crown, a separate censing and libation were made to the serpent goddess. Wajia, Maris, Maret, Sergar, and Ranutet. The day began with the awakening of the deity and welcoming it into the mundane world. The event was observed in every temple, from the humblest local shrine to the great city temples along the Nile. The primary officiant of this rite was the Korheb, the lector priest who represented Pharaoh as son of the gods, welcoming the Nether into the sanctuary. The royal person was the living descendant of the gods, and as such was spiritually qualified to perform divine labors. Among these, the duties of feeding and clothing divine beings were essential, but the royal person's duties could be performed, if necessary, by spiritually appointed surrogates, and in most cases they were. Certain clergy of the temple were dedicated to this task and enacted those labors according to the traditions exclusive to the god of the temple. The ritual followed in this time honored order. Well, I'm going to read this out. 1. There was striking of fire. The brazier of the sanctuary is lit. A pair of deep stone cauldrons filled with embers usually flank the sanctuary entrance of the temple to provide a continuous supply of incense coals. Number 2. Presenting the censer. The censer in which the incense is burned is first presented to the netar. The Anhiru, the hand of Hiru, is fashioned in the form of a long rod ending in a hand or a falcon's claw that grasps the incense bowl. Number 3. Dedication of the incense. The temple incense, which is composed of small rolled spheres of precious materials, storax, benzoin, frankincense, myrrh, is presented to the nether. Number 4. Placing incense on the fire. This is a solemn act, one that initiates the sanctification of the Naos.
Number 5, advancing to the holy place. This act is performed with the call to awaken the deity in the form of chant and litany. 6. Breaking the cord of the seal. The nails had been sealed with a tied papyrus cord and stamped clay seal on the previous night, in the belief that the nether would repose in its celestial realm until dawn, when it would descend into the temple. 7. Breaking the clay seal. Spells were recited to protect the officiant from any harm that results from breaching the temple seal. 8. Removing the seal. Brushes and ceremonial brooms carried by attendants were part of the seal breaking rite to ensure absolute cleanliness and order in the sanctuary. 9. Opening the face of the deity. The door of the naos is opened, and litanies of the divine names are recited. The head of the officiant is bowed in respect. 10. Looking on the face of the deity. The highlight of this ritual comes when the face of the nether is exposed to its servant. Recitations of prayer and acknowledgement of God's powers are spoken. 11. Smelling the earth. The officiant and attendants prostrate themselves before the nether. 12. Embracing the earth. The sanctuary ground is kissed in respect for the appearance of the nether. 13. Rising up. The temple musicians proceed to pay homage to the nether. 14. Bowing down. A recitation of praises and hymns are sung to the nether. 15. The presentation of honey. The nether's meal begins. 16. Presentation of incense. A sensing of the nether's image proceeds. 17. Entering into the sanctuary. The nether's image leaves the secluded naos. 18. Entering into the shrine. The nether's image appears within the sanctuary to all attendants. 19. Withdrawing from the shrine, the nether leaves the sanctuary room. 20. At the steps of the sanctuary, the nether enters the hall of appearings, immediately outside the sanctuary. 21. Uncovering the deity in festival. The clothing of the previous day is removed from the image of the nether. 22 through 29 is the opening of the mouth process. In this rite within the rite, the image of the nether is reanimated with the tools of the Umra, the ceremonialist, whose specialty is confined to performing this ritual. In those processes, the 22 is the smiting the face, which is a ritual gesture that concludes the opening of the mouth. 23. Presentation of water on the table of offerings. Nile water is sprinkled upon the offering table. 24. Pouring the libation. Precious oils are poured into offering bowls at the table. 25. Censing the table offerings. The offerings and oils are censed in a final sanctification of the God's morning meal. 26. Presentation of the table of offerings. For each nether, the morning meal was prescribed according to the temple tradition, and this differed by the region and the function of the nether's house. Each component of the offering was articulated in a presentation litany. 27 was an incense offering to all deities. The images of the subsidiary gods of the temples are now censed. 28. Food offerings to all the deities. The offering table is taken around the temple to the shrines of the subsidiary gods. 29. Image of the deity withdrawn. Hymns are sung as the image returns to the sanctuary room. 30. Censing, hymns, and presentation of Mahat. In the name of Pharaoh, the officiant censes the nether's image while hymns are sung by the temple's chanters. The image of Mahat, truth and order, is shown as proof that ancient protocol is followed and the primeval pattern continues. 31. Censing of the deities in the sanctuary. A final censing of all the images is performed. 32. Laying of hands on the deity. In this mystic act, the officiant receives the power of the god through a transference. This power, the sa, may in turn be transmitted to other images, persons, or objects at the conclusion of ritual. 33. Opening the box of purification. The casket containing ritual vases and substances is opened so that the divine toilet may begin. 34. Purification by 4 Natames vases of water. A bath of water poured from the green vases brings the powers of proliferation into the ritual. Purifications by 4 Desharth vases of water. A bath of water poured from red vases brings the life force into the ritual. 36 is a purification by Natron. A cleansing by Natron proceeds by sprinkling the powder on a cloth and rubbing the divine image. 37 is a presentation of apparel. The new clothing for the Nether's image is initially presented. 38. Donning of white apparel. The image receives its first piece of clothing, and a strict order of presenting the materials by color is employed. 39. Donning of green apparel. This color represents the proliferation of life and ensures the prosperity of the Nether while in its sanctuary. The donning of red apparel is that this color brings the powers of animation to the Nether. That was 40. 41 is donning of the headdress. The regalia in the form of crowns are placed upon the Nether's image. 42. The presentation of oils. 10 flasks of precious oils are presented to the Nether, each anointed on the brow. The 10 oils are the same used in the purification rite of the temple priest. 43. Presentation of copper cosmetics. The Nether's eyes are painted with this substance, which possesses both medicinal and magical powers of sight. 44. Presentation of lead cosmetic. The eyes are outlined with galena. Whoa, damn! To acquire the power to see through the halls and chambers of the divine house. Whoa, fucking whoa. Galena, I got a piece of it. Galena is a stone, man, and it's magnetic. It's like it's resonant with energy. So they took this down, and Galena, like if you handle Galena, the rock, the stone, if you handle it, you gotta wash your hands afterwards because you got lead. It has lead in it. You don't want to eat lead. That's not good. They were making eyeliner with copper, and essentially it had lead, but it was galena, it was magnetic. Holy crikey. That's interesting. Anyways, moving on. 45. Scattering the sand. The sanctuary floor receives a light scattering of sand, followed by a thorough sweeping. 46. Circumnavigation of the sanctuary. This is performed clockwise 4 times. Presentation of Bet incense. The sanctuary is sensed while circumnavigated. Presentation of Natron Vas. The sanctuary is symbolically purified while circumnavigated. 49. Purifications, recitations to eliminate hostile forces, purify the atmosphere of the sanctuary. 50. Presentation of divine food, a small offering of the Nethers in the symbolic form of statutory or carved representations, is placed in front of the naos. 51. Presentation of the water vessel, a small offering bowl of water is placed in front of the naos. 52. Presentation of Natron, a small offering bowl of Natron is placed in front of the naos. And 53 is the burning of myrrh. A final censing takes place as myrrh is placed in the temple braziers and the door of the naos is closed. It will be sealed following the evening service. Now, that's the end of the logistic process. There's more to read on here. But before I go on, what I do want to talk about, what I do want to share, is that when I walked into a Hindu temple for the first time in my life, and there's plenty of Hindu temples around the world, okay? There's plenty of them. Just pull them up online and might be one closer than you know, Buddhist temple, whatever. But when I walked into a temple for the first time, the process that I just described, I saw it happening. Not exactly everything. I mean, they got their own images and forms and whatnot that are not Egyptian, Kemetic, and so forth, though very much so. I saw them doing this process, this ceremonial rite within their temple, and I was like, bro, ain't nobody else been doing this, and this is what I'm reading about ancient Egyptian ceremonies. I I don't know about you, and they may exist out there, but I don't know about an Egyptian temple full or tall with Sekhmet or someone of the Egyptian that where they're doing these ceremonies on a regular daily basis and where people can come and do what they do. And anyways, so I started living it. I started living it as much as possible, and so again, after I had found the temple, that's why I just went to the temple every day because I knew there was much for me to grab and understand. May not be exactly what I'm looking for, every single little aspect, but I'm gonna take in. I'm gonna get to know. I'm gonna be familiar with because that tradition is tried. This what we are talking about is truly tribal. This is truly at the core of humanity, of not just what brings us together, but what allows us to live together peaceably around the entire world. I mean, let's. I'm deviating from the main material right now, but let's think about it for a moment, okay? Several times throughout history, you have many rulers that took over Kemet, that took over ancient Egypt, and they didn't change Egypt into what they are. They adapted to Egypt. They took on the aspects of the Egyptian style and life, the citizenship, so forth and so on. Now, if you are a king, let's pretend that you're a king. So, so we conquer a land. It's ours now. We could do whatever we want. We could level it. We could build it. We could change it. We could put new religion. We could use there. We could do anything. We're the top. And so, if it's got problems, then I'm gonna wipe its shit out and bring in what we got because it's gonna be a lot better. But if their way of life is actually better than ours, or damn just as equally good, ah, let's just leave it as it is and, put our stamp at the top of things and join in. Because things are already pretty damn smooth. We don't need to change anything up. So to me, that is evidence, amongst other elements, that the ancient Kemetic way of life was tribal, and that tribal way of life, as we're just reading, that food that was grown, if you lived in that community, you had access to that food. You were not going hungry. It didn't matter who you were. That was not the way of life back then. They did not live like that. Getting back to the conscious and the subconscious, similarly, the individual's awakening, conscious participation with the present, and active spiritual functions should be engaged in an event that is observed each day. Several daily rites, the Kesu, comprise this purification, offering, and revision and rever, rev, reversion of offering, the communion. The temple is a living entity, and its powers for rejuvenation, harmony, and wholeness wax and wane over time. The benefits that emanates from these powers is accessible and it comes from consistent observance. It is the Kesu that fulfill this. The beginning with personal purification that awakens the divine nature and proceeds with an offering ceremony that restates the unity of the Netru with nature and human life. The reading or recitation of the temple cosmogony and its perpetual renewal may also be included in an individual's kesu at the end of the day, and this is presented in a later chapter. It is ultimately the officiant who benefits most from these acts and whose effect plays the central role in daily transformations that arise from the Kesu. In this manner, temple ritual is an emulation of the timeless creative order that brought forth life and enables it to continue. In this process, one becomes a participant in the dynamic flux of nature, a co creator. As it is often said in the sacred literature, it benefits the one who knows it. It excellently equips the soul. Through the daily practice, the wabu, the purifications, the ancients believed that the human body is a microcosm of cosmic life. The spinal cord, regarded by the Egyptians as the vehicle for earthly stability, was even possessed by the gods. The mystic dismemberment of Al-Sar is an allegory of these ideas, and his spine, the Jed, was an important fetish in the form of a pillar in ceremonies honoring the gods' reconstruction and renewal. The neck, which contains 7 cervical vertebrae, corresponds to the 7 visible planets in the sky. The 12 thoracic vertebrae embody the 12 constellations illumined by the sun's path in the sky, and the 5 lumbar vertebrae represent the 5 elemental powers. The sacrum, located below the lumbar vertebrae and joined to the pelvis, consists of 5 fused vertebrae, the 5 directions or cardinal points of the mundane sphere. And the coccyx, or the tailbone, is located below the sacrum and consists of 3 to 5 fused rudimentary vertebrae in humans, symbolizing the kingdoms of nature to which we belong: animal, vegetable, mineral, elemental, and angelic. Preparation for every ceremony begins with basic purification for participants that not only cleanses the body but symbolically removes all the mundane influences from the soul so that the divine presence may be approached. In ancient times, priests began the day in great temples by bathing in the sacred pool, followed by the donning of new clothing and sandals. Particular attention was given to cleanliness of the hands and fingernails, but cleanliness was not the sole motivation for these elaborate rites. The rite of purification is a reenactment of the primeval Genesis, where the Theurgist symbolically comes forth in purity from the primeval territory to approach the Nether. Purification is a restatement of the creation and the expectation of rebirth through divine agencies. Scent is a vital component and in the sacramental repertoire of the temple. Incense, stier netar, is the scent of the gods, and one of the benefits of ceremony is sanitary, to make things divine. The latter is usually accomplished through elaborate body sensing, where the censer is placed around the recipient so that the perfumed air may waft into the clothing, the hair, and pores of the body. Sheshmu, associated with the Netar god in the Memphite tradition in the spirit of the 18th Deccan, is the deity regarded as the master of perfumery. He represents the mystic process of extracting the essences from plants to make wine, perfume, and medicines. Similarly, Nefertum, son of Ptah and Sekhmet, Bast, is regarded as the patron of scent itself. He also signifies the process of divine inspiration and elevation received from sacred plants, especially the lotus, which he personifies. And closely related to these deities is Sokar himself, whom, according to legend, mixed aromatic substances for the gods. He represents the process of infusion and the transformation of botanicals into sacred elixirs. He was also the fashioner of silver bowls used in the temples for sacred offerings. Thus, he represents the process of fermentation and the alteration of base materials into elevated substance, ideas that embody both the purification and offering rites of the temple. Anointing rites. They serve an important role in theurgy. Besides purification, these acts empower certain forces to enter the center where invocations are focused. Archaeologists who enter Egypt's tombs discover that wall paintings and inscriptions have been anointed during the installment ceremonies performed thousands of years ago in order to bring to life the images, along with the statuary and scepters that used in the mystic rites of the funeral. In the enigmatic pyramid text, utterances number 72 through 81 elucidate the anointing of the initiate's brow with 7 holy oils, followed by a presentation of coal prior to ascension into the realm of the sky gods. We are unable to identify these oils, save their names: Stiheb, Hekernu, Sefersh, Nehermin, Tuwawet, Hahash, and Tet in Tehenu. During the performance of the opening of the mouth ceremony, the oils were either anointed, presented in alabaster flasks, or poured sprinkled in the hollows of an anointing tablet. Reference to the Eye of Hiru alludes to the legendary account of the restoration of Hiru's eye, which every sacramental offering emulates. Each utterance was recited 4 times. 72 through 81 reads as the following: I fill your eye for you with Steheb. Assume this eye of Heru which arises from his image, the Hekenu oil. Assume this eye of Heru which alleviates the god's suffering. Assume this eye of Heru which grants protection. Assume this eye of Heru which supports the gods. Divine essence, arise and open the eye of Hiru that you may make him a spirit, that you may cause power to rise in his body, that you may evoke awe in the eyes of the spirits who see him. Assume the eye of Hiru which you take upon your brow. I restore the eye of Hiru upon your face. I restore the eye of Hiru upon your face. Your eyes are intact. You see with them. Eye of Hiru, awaken in peace. And then a communion follows. Purification is a basic component of daily practice and temple ritual. The following rites are intended for personal purification in private or for inclusive in the monthly ceremonies. Iru, the correspondence of the Netru, may be consulted for selecting and appropriate oils, but application of all oils of the corresponding body center may not be possible for the participant, in which case the recitation may be made and a slight touch of the oil placed under the nostril. The small anointing employs the 7 substances of funerary tradition, and the great anointing uses the 10 oils of temple purification. There is no strict association. I'm going to say it again. There is no strict association of scents in this rite, as the Egyptians made use of materials that were pertinent to the locality, the time, and tradition of the temple as much as the association of plants with the Netero. Plain olive oil may be substituted for all floral and plant extracts, a substance highly prized in ancient times for its purity. Now, before we go on, well, let me finish up. I'll finish up the section. The small, the Gasu Nej, or the great Gasu Ur version of the anointing rite is also elected at the preference of the individual, though constraints of time and material should be taken into consideration. If performed in the temple, all of the anointings may be placed on the crown of the head during ceremonies. The oils may be combined together in one offering bowl, or a special temple oil may be created using the scents particular to the nether of the season or the temple itself. And this is going into great detail about the systematic working of this ritual, of this ceremony of purification for the individual every single day of their life. If they came into the temple and they needed, that was that purification rites, is what we're talking about here. And what we read earlier, I have to share it plainly as my mouth needs to do so and my heart yearns to express. They have a right. You walk into a religious building, you get down on your knees, they give you some wine, they give you a little wafer. They're telling you to be pure because now you're Jesus. You're supposed to be Jesus. You're supposed to be like somebody else. You're not supposed to be you. You're supposed to be Jesus. You have to follow Jesus, because if you don't become what that dude was, then you can't move forward. That's a fucking bunch of bollocks, bro. Pure ass bollocks. My grandma will call that a shit ass. You want to know the difference between an asshole and a shit ass? An asshole, everybody got one of those, but a shit ass, they don't even know how to wipe their self. That's the difference. Them shit asses got you doing rituals and ceremonies on your motherfucking knees so you could be somebody else. That's why you can't be you. Because you got to purify your own self. You got to purify your own life, how it attunes to you. Not how it attunes to some other motherfucker 2,000, 8,000, 9,000 years ago, but to you today. Because if you can't connect with you and realize that this ceremony is about you, fuck trying to become somebody else. I'm trying to become me. And me is different from what everybody else sees. Anyway. Gasu Nej, the small anointing. Each of the seven centers corresponds to one of the vital bodies in the metaphysical constitution of the initiate. In this rite, the anointing reconstitutes and fuses these bodies to create the Auk, the body of light. That is the spiritual aim of all theurgy. I'm going to read this in three forms because it kind of has it to where it could be read in different formats. But there's the center of which portion of the body, then there's the recitation of what we say, and then there's the hekel, the word of power. And I'm going to take a note even. All right. So the mouth, then the hands, then the pubis, then the heart, then the nape of the neck, then the brow, then the crown. So I'll point to each one as I go over it. I'll go over it twice. I become pure. I become a soul. I become strong. I become glorified. I become divine. I become a God. I am the soul of creation. Ua gua, ba gua, usor gua, ku gua, jeza gua, netar gua, nuk ba kepara. Gasu Ur, the great anointing. The body is washed from head to feet in a circular motion and dried. This anointing proceeds with this cleansing of the hands, and the body is purified from the feet upward. The scents associated with each center are laid out on an offering table, similar to a scheme used on anointing tables that have been uncovered at a mortuary and temple centers. These tablets are permanently inscribed with the names of the sacred oils and feature carved wells into those oils were poured for the anointing. For practicality, this method seems useful for the ceremonial environment where the opening, pouring, and closing of flasks is clumsy and time consuming. Yeah, we'll read through this. In that purification of the hands, we are focusing on Artum. O Atum, who possesses my flesh and spirit, let me not decay nor know corruption, but live as Kepri each day. I am the soul of Ra-Tum, who comes forth from the two horizons. Nukbara-Tum, Partema Kertu Ekurti, sovereign of the gods who gives birth to himself, Lord of life, Sutinetru Mesu Jezef Nebark. I am restored, Sutinta Hertepu, the purification of the feet, Nut, come forth, form stabilizer who covers me in the house of gold, and grant to me the power to endure forever. I am the soul of Nut, Nukbar Nut. I am restored, Sutinta Hertepu, purification of the calves, Mahat. Come, thou form stabilizer who knows truth throughout, and bring me to the chamber of fair judgment. I am the soul of Mahat, Nukba Mahat. I am restored, Sutinta Hertepu, purification of the knees, Set. Come, thou form stabilizer who fixes me firmly upon the earth, establish me in the sacred places. I am the soul of Set, Nukba Surti. I am restored, Sutinta Hertepu, purification of the thighs, Sekmet Bast. Come, thou form stabilizer who purifies the offerings, enter the gate that guards the sacred fire. I am the soul of Sekmet Bast, Nukba Sekmet. I am restored, Surtenta Hertepu, purification of the pubis, Arpu. Come, thou form stabilizer who is upon the secrets, guard the gate that establishes my form upon the earth. I am the soul of Arpu, Nukba Arpu. I am restored, Sutenta Hertepu, purification of the plexus, all set. Come thou form, stabilizer who creates the reviving wind, make ready the place where my Ba returns. I am the soul of Aset, Nukba Set. I am restored at Sutintaya Tepu. Purification of the stomach is Geb. Come thou form, stabilizer who hastens the fields to come forth. Let me go up from the earth with the day behind me. I am the soul of Geb, Nukba Geb. I am restored, Sutintai Hertepu. Purification of the heart is Heru. Come thou form, stabilizer who conquers the spirits in the night battle. Come to the place where I rise from the deep. I am the soul of Heru, Nukba Heru. I am restored, Sutintai Hertepu. Purification of the throat, Nebhet. Come thou form, stabilizer who rests upon the mound of a brother. Bring me to the place where my breath is restored. I am the soul of Nebhet, Nukba Nebhet. I am restored, Sutintahertepu. Purification of the mouth belongs to Jehurti. Come thou form, stabilizer who speaks truth throughout. Guard the place where my name speaks for me. I am the soul of Jehurti, Nukba Jehurti. I am restored, Sutintahertepu. Purification of the brow belongs to Hedhar. Come thou form, stabilize your creative power in her father's bark, where your Hekal restores the hidden eye. I am the soul of Hedhar, Nukba Hedhar. I am restored, Sutantayar Tepu. Purification of the crown belongs to Asar. Come thou form, stabilizer, Lord of life, who comes forth into the place where my Ka may exist without hindrance. I am the soul of Asar, Nukba Asar. I am restored, Sutintayat Tepu. Purification of the nape of the neck belongs to the sons of Hiru. My flesh came into being by the design of the Netru. I am made perfect before them, without defect. I am purified. Truth and order are in my body. Wabua, Wau Mahartin Karta. The body of light that you are, when you focus on these elements in your body, when you think of thoughts of these sorts, especially at the beginning of your day, your focused attention, need I not go into explaining some quantum mechanica effects of observation for each person. Well, when you focus your attention on the world, on something in particular, you're giving it life, you're building its design. You may not understand how it technically works or goes together, but because you're focused on this, those things awaken, they become active. So when we become aware of our body and the centers and cleansing it in the morning, and perhaps we can't afford the oils and we can't afford all that and we can't do this and we can't do that. Just like it even said earlier, it's not necessarily going overboard saying you got to be clean from head to toe and you can't have a scrape of dirt on you. This is something that the mind is connecting with within this to the soul, so that the mind, the ka, the ego of the body may be able to have sight of what it is actually and what it has possession of. What we just read over was that an individual, they have a different God, essentially, a different connection with nature, and every single different portion of their body. Everything connected with a different portion of the world, of the universe, of the multiverse. God or nature, as we're learning, the word is nature. It's nether, not God, in any regard. Your entire body, when it's activated, is connected with everything, just like the monarch butterfly migrates from the deep south to the high north every year, and not one of them's alive that's made that trip there and back to tell the rest how to go. They get their environmental cues. And if your body is activated by the awareness of your mind, the exercise of your dedication, of your working, of being a participant in the collective consciousness, and all of that jazz, then you're going to be able to pick up those environmental cues that guides your life to seem magical, fifth dimensional, whatever you want to throw in that grouping, but develop beyond where people have been stuck. Next, we're getting into Hotepu, rites of offering. The word for offering, Hotep, has additional meanings, including satisfaction, wholeness, and peace. The gods were believed to eat and drink and to possess all other human functions in addition to their supernatural powers. In this view, they take great pleasure in the fruits of the earth, but they will reject offerings from sources that are hostile to their domain. Many view the ancient ritual of offering to have been sacrificial in nature, motivated by a desire to appease an injury or to reconcile for a past error. But in ancient Egypt, the offering rite in both temple and tomb had one essential intention: to reinforce the bonds that human beings and divine forces share. And in fact, this intention formed the foundation for all Egyptian Kemetic ritual. As such, the only sacrificial attitude present should be the abandonment of the mundane ego, a relinquishment that allows one to enter into the original state of primal unity with nature and the gods. Both animals and natural forces are regarded as actual emanations of the Netru in Egyptian thinking, but sacred images are included. They're seen as their static representations. The latter may become divine embodiments through a threefold theurgic process. Initially, the image is consecrated to the Nether for its exclusive use. It is then animated with the Nether's power through a ritual. Lastly, the image maintains its embodiment through the continuous infusion of nourishment provided by offering rites. These function to honor, support, and fortify the Nether while it exists in the physical world. Three types of offerings are presented to the Nether in the temple: those presented in rites of theurgy, such as the opening of the mouth to restore vital functions. These offerings contain specific vital forces that may be liturgically transferred to fuse the components of the light body, the Ba, the Ka, and the Kot, and thereby animate life in one of the realms of existence, earthly or celestial. Such offerings heal, restore, and endow vitality. Those presented as Kesu, daily or standard rites, such as the morning ritual and offering rites in the necropolis, these are intended to maintain the spiritual bodies of the deity, person, or infused object while it is in the physical sphere. Those presented in the dedication to the gods of or ancestral spirits, intangible qualities that represent a form of commitment to the gods. Such offerings took the form of Mahat, order and justice, Ankh, literally one's life, Waz, influence, and Ren, one's name or identity. I do want to go back just a tish and just bring out that I'm gonna read this sentence again. It says, as such, the only sacrificial attitude present should be the abandonment of the mundane ego. Earlier, I talked about how the ego does not need to be killed, it needs to be transformed. And that's why, very clearly in here, it states an abandonment of the mundane ego, because the mundane ego is looking at base level things. It's animalistic, and that's why I use the word transform, because when we transform that ego to something that is divine, something that is connected with balance and nature and the elements, then it starts working in a format that sees the whole world in a whole nother view. Forget putting on glasses. This is like a brain enhancement to be able to see, like the blueprint behind everything. Anyways, these three types of offerings, vitalizing, sustaining, and dedicatory, are performed to maintain the connection between the material and immaterial worlds. In this process, contact made between the nether and this nourishment, whether physical or symbolic, transforms the offering into divine substance. Jarfol. Thus, while the nether receives the spiritual aspect of the offering, its material aspect remains for the ceremonialist, and here the ritual association between offerings and communion is made. In the Egyptian temple, the return of the offering by the nether after it is satisfied becomes the reversion of offering, a rite that symbolically disperses the divine vitality that has entered the world through the ritual sphere. Here, the full circle of divine embodiment is made, and the forces between all the worlds are assimilated by all participants. The Egyptians viewed the consumption. The Egyptians viewed the consumption of food as a metaphor for absorption of divine powers, a magical symbiosis. Offerings were ritually dictated by size, shape, and origin, being the elements of psychic reconstitution for both the gods and the dead. According to legend, the gods were associated with particular offerings, and festivals would often honor the offerings themselves as emanations of the divinity. For example, beer was sacred to Hathor, arising from the drunken rampage she undertook to punish Ra's ungrateful children in the deliverance of mankind. However, her excess was considered justified because Set's drinking solely for its own end gave rise to one of his derogatory names, the inebriated one. But the true mystic significance of the offering ceremony is embodied in the legendary laws of Hiru's left eye, a lunar symbol alluding to his father's origins. Just FYI, I'm legally blind in my left eye, so everything's like really blurry. Anyways, resulting from one of his epic battles with Set. According to tradition, the eye was restored by Jehuti, another lunar principle, but only after a series of reconstituting acts performed by Allset and the other gods. The restoration of this eye became the paradigm for all offerings made in ancient Egypt, and offering rites in temple and tomb will usually be preceded with the recitation, "Receive this eye of Hiru." The symbolism of restoring Hiru's eye has other profound implications. Bringing wholeness to the deity brings wholeness to the ceremonialist, who gathers together the diverse forces of nature with the offerings to restore the broken unity of creation. Here the duty of the duty of human life to divine life is fulfilled. While offerings of the temple setting are presented to the nether, each should conclude with mention of the ancestral body and specific individuals in one's family or social sphere who will also benefit from the ceremony. I think I understand something about my life that I never understood before. When I was 5 years old, that's when I became like, oh, there's a word for it, but I became self conscious, self aware. I became self aware at the age of 5, and people on the self aware side of things, meditation, rituals, and ceremonies do. People, they go to their 80s never being self aware. Like I might be using the wrong word, but it is self-awareness. And that happened to me at the age of 5. At the age of 5 also, up until the age of 5, I had good vision in both eyes. At the age of 5, my left eye, all of a sudden, my vision in my right eye went bad, and in my left eye I was legally blind. Like, my dad took me to the doctor, and the eye doctor said it looked like somebody took like a splinter or something, went straight into the center of my eye and slid out. But there was no residue of anything ever having been in my eye, and I had never complained about any pain or anything like that. Oh, it's interesting. Ooh, okay. That'll actually be good. Okay, this will be good. All right, next we're going to get into the inner court. And the inner court starts getting interesting because we start talking about aspects, um, about different ones in the temple, and connecting really with the Nethers and getting into some real specifics with them. So, to speak with many, many who are on this wavelength, the elements that I'm describing, such as water on the altar, one of the processes in the ceremony was water upon the offering, upon the altar, uh, which in this very moment. And I've been inclined to do that before. Just out of nowhere, I was inclined to, and some very interesting things wound up happening. Positive things, interesting things. And there are the candles, the incense, there is the offerings, the honey. There's things that you do already in in your life and what you found and what you connect with. Call it prayer, call it divine communication. But I'll tell you what we're getting at the real technical minutiae is it's not religion, it's quantum communication, okay? It's moving up to the third state of man, the God aspect that is man, that man can attain to. Getting from 1 to 2 is hard enough, but currently now we're moving from 2 to 3. And that third state is Godship. And that Godship is our quantum communication, our network to be able to help positively influence each other. And this can only truly be accessed and utilized to its max potential with a heart of love. For anything else is going to be detrimental to itself. It's its own ending. And so if there is something that you're pulled to, that you hear and you're like, boom, I like that, then add it into what you do. Or if there's stuff that you connect with and you're like, yep, that's what I do, then boom, let it be as encouragement to continue doing as you do. Most people won't show you their altars or open up their sacred sanctuary to you. You know all them sacred places around the world, they got people walking around it all day long and security guards watching it and everything, and it's the most precious place in the world, but damn, nobody can go inside. Only those who like are in got in, you know what I'm saying? And I learned, just like my ancient family, that when you really make connection, when you really get to the point where you make connection and you see this divine side as family, and you see how much they can protect you and how much they provide for you, not just protection, but being real family, showing up when no one else shows up, showing up through someone else, making something work when nothing was there to make it work. And time after time after time, somehow, call it a miracle, call it a blessing, shit, my family's looking out for me from all beyond the stars, and they taught me how to talk back. They taught me how to communicate with them. And they said, first you got to get your body in tunage. That doesn't matter about what you're eating, and it don't matter about what rocks or jewelry or anything you got. It matters about your heart. That's where you start. If you don't start with your heart on your journey of spirituality, then you fucked. Because if you reach the tops of the tops, guess what? Your heart's going to destroy everything you create. Everything. Because it wasn't trained. It wasn't put into a state of love. No love. That magic bunch of fake, frauded crap. Now, Egyptian society maintained no defined divisions between religion, government, commerce, or social interactions, because both its spiritual canons and mundane laws were believed to have been endowed by the gods. Religious conduct in the form of ritual was the subject of early training in ancient Egypt. Didactic literature from many eras, such as the following New Kingdom instruction, describes the ideal attitude of the student for spiritual practice. These are as follows: Instructions of Arni from Dynasty 18. Do not raise your voice in the God's house. He abhors loud speech. Pray alone with a loving heart. Safeguard your words. He will grant your needs. He will accept your offerings. Offer to your deity. Do not offend his presence. Do not question his forms. Do not make demands when he appears. Do not become disorderly in his procession or interrupt the oracles. He gives power in a million forms. The one who magnifies him is magnified. The God of this earth is the sun in the sky. While his images are on earth, offer them daily. Incense is food, and the Lord of risings will be satisfied. The Egyptian temple was manned by a diverse company of attendants, clergy, students, and laypersons who performed the daily task of maintaining the temple and organizing and participating in daily and periodic festivals of the Nether. The core personnel were dedicated to service for life, while members of the community served periodically in voluntary shifts, which the Greeks called phoroi, 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 phoroi. These usually lasted for a season of 3 to 4 months out of the year, with a return to secular life afterward. The modern temple may emulate this arrangement, though for obvious reasons the number of participants may be considerably less depending on the scope of the temple facilities and membership. Nevertheless, the traditional roles are valuable guides to recreating the results of ancient ceremony, which were designed to reinforce the bonds between human and divine life, and to spiritually refine the physical constitution of its participants to become godlike. Obviously, the more participants involved in a rite, the greater the vital force and desired results. However, one person can read and meditate on the ritual scripts with an excellent outcome. In fact, spiritual contact is usually established expediently in this manner, as it eliminates the interference of the many unfocused thoughts that is often brought by a large number of persons in a group setting. Despite the impression left by the Victorian era writers that only men served in high offices at the temples of ancient Egypt, there is ample evidence that both women and men equally shared dignified positions and responsibilities in the service of the Netru. In Old Kingdom, too, Giza records that the lady Peseshet was a physician and overseer of temple training in the healing arts, while Tarim-Homtep, a priestess living in the time of Cleopatra VII, married the high priest of Ptah at Memphis and gave birth to a son after invoking the god for his favor. Priestess oracles were also in operation at the temples of Nate in the Delta and the house of Hathor at Dendera in Upper Egypt throughout the millennia. And in the New Kingdom, a revival of the ancestors' priestess in the Helibatorisian tradition resulted in the establishment of the office of divine Adoratrix at the Theban temple of Amun. It appears that only women of royal blood assumed this office, and they of their representatives, non royal blood priestesses, may have replaced Pharaoh in the daily rites of the temple. In addition to the records of women participating in divine service, Egypt is replete with records of a remarkable social equality for ancient times. Land and business ownership was the same for both sexes, and though both privilege and responsibility were equal, the differences between men and women were honored. In the modern temple, the same view should be cultivated as both priest and priestess working together are essential to the successful practice of sacred science. The citation of inferiorities regarding gender were even more rare in ancient Egypt than they are today. These are basically 12 priestly functions, Hamu, in the traditional temple, and these are outlined to provide a view of the responsibilities for members of a divine house in the making. These roles naturally affiliate with the Netru by virtue of the skills and knowledge required to execute their assignments, who may be viewed as the patrons of each priestly office. The 12, and certainly in turn associated with the energetic qualities of the zodiac. Other divinities are associated with the priestly offices, and some of them share dimensions of influence among the zodiacal rhythms. In the following descriptions, appending the T to the end of a name represents the female form of the title, while appending the U denotes the plural form. So you've seen uh, there's the netar and the netaru. A netar is singular. Putting a U, say netaru, makes it plural for many or one or more. And again, the T at the end denotes feminine. Which is actually kind of interesting. I'm gonna go there. Okay, I've had this idea for a good long while, and I ain't heard nobody else say it. So, Egyptian wording, Egyptian speaking, writing, a T at the end, the letter T at the end denotes a female presence. It is a female. No letter T, it's a dude. It's definitely a man. Everybody says, and it's written, Jesus Christ. T, T at the end. Real Savior would be a woman. Just because King James had the money to write that book, you think them wise men couldn't slide in a truth or two? The Hemd Ka, the spiritual servant, the patron, Asar. All individuals possess the Ka, the etheric form or vital nature, and this subtle body always finds its refreshment in the divine house. The Hem Ka, priest of the Ka, welcomes every participant into the temple and ensures that the guidelines, teachings, and announcements relevant to each ceremony are explained and understood. In this manner, spiritual refreshment is the first offering made to the temple seeker. In ancient Egypt, the Himka acted much in the same manner as the Vicar or parish priest, seeing to the needs of both the living and the dead. The Himka advised, counseled, and performed rites for individuals and families. This priest was also mediator and consulate, referring petitioners to other specialists when the occasion required, such as healing and teaching. The Himka is usually the first individual encountered in the temple setting. As such, the responsibility of cultivating the membership and providing the means of recruitment is assigned to her. This office is associated with Al-Sahar, the first of the terrestrial divinities in the Anab company of nine, the Heliopolis. The Greek word is Ionu, and it is the city of the sun of Heliopolis. In ancient Egypt, all who entered the western land, the physical passing, incorporated their Ka with that of Al-Sar, as he is the repository of ancestral memory and organic energy. He is the divinity who possesses what is common to all and at the same time distributes to all freely the divine vitality that allows everything to live. In liturgy, the Hem-Ka performs the rite of communion, fulfilling the responsibility of distributing spiritual benefit to the living. Patrons of this role include Hapi, Anhar, and Sokar. The Kenort, the Kenor or Kenort Hernords, the patron is Hedhar. Of the senses that are employed and focused in a ritual environment, sound and scent are equally powerful. Of the former, we know from temple records and the resumes inscribed in the tombs of notable persons that every major Egyptian temple was served by thousands of male and female singers, musicians, and chanters. Their service was performed for the morning and evening rituals and in the sanctuary throughout the day. Special events, from public processions to Pharaonic investitures, employed the temple musicians. In the performance of the liturgy, the chanter may not be disposed to actually singing or chanting. In may prefer to initially intone the words until familiarity with the material is established, but a recitation of the opening hymn, which initiates each ceremony, is essential to conveying the spirit of the Netra being invoked and honored. Consequently, a careful study of the names, attributes, and associations of the deities is important. Accompaniment by drum or the sistrum, a rattle, a gong, or clapping is also appropriate. The Hernords is charged with the care and use of all temple instruments and the knowledge of evoking divine states through sound. In the modern temple, the choice of background music and cueing it to synchronize with certain rites is under her charge. The ceremonial function of the Hernords should never be underestimated. The evocation of divine images is dependent upon an ambient environment, and this role provides the pivot upon which successful rituals come into being. The office of the Hypnodes is associated with her who governs sacred rhythm and music and dance. She is the female branch of the Dindara triad, which bonds spiritual and physical principle together through feeling. Patrons of this role include Bach, Warziak, Bess, and Marot Sadikar. Now, one thing I want to bring to mind very quickly before I continue on to the next individual, the keeper of the book, Shahurti, the Korheb, or the Korhebit, is that we have spoken for many days upon how we can shift our archetype, how we can shift the focus of what we are, our energy is. Everything that is being read, everything that is being heard, I realized that I don't have a temple. I don't have 50 people to help me out. Hell, I don't have one person to help me out. Not with this stuff. So I said, as much as I can, I'm going to embody. I'm going to learn these cycles. I'm going to be this one for a long. I'm connecting with this energy right now, so that's the one I'm going to embody. And then some course took its course, whatever path, and had fulfillment, and that time was over, and it was time to shift to another one. And so in shifting and learning and becoming these different energy types, these different archetypes, by learning about them, by becoming aware of their existence within my very body, it made me aware that a priest doesn't need a temple. It's the people who are living. It's not so much about the individual going through this, and that, and this according to what I deem they need to go through. But if they went through that in their own life and they grew and the divine connected with them, when they came across my path, well, then whatever relevant information I had, so they could be elevated and their path could be continued on. Boom, that was given. Divine workings, nature at work, quantum mechanics in effect, beyond explanation, accepting the happiness with every occasion and moving forward, not forgetting anything. But able to not be burdened by a thought that won't go away neither. Mm, 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 mm. The keeper of the book, Jahurti Korhebet. The skills of the scribe were regarded as the means par excellence of attaining status in ancient Egypt. Writing transmitted to the human race by Jahurti, Netra of the divine resonance in sacred script, was a proficiency that ensured entry into the temple, the government, and all of the elite professions. In the divine house, record keeping Copying and archiving all required scribal proficiency as well as the knowledge of which ritual formulas were used for temple ceremonies and how they were to be performed. Thus, the Korheb was a teacher as well as a ceremonialist. The ritual book of the temple was regarded in ancient times as a sacred relic, and a lector priest was in possession of it both in procession and ceremony. In the latter, the lector provides the ritual script to participants and coaches the recitations. Knowledge of the sacred names and their pronunciation and meaning are important skills for this class of priest. The Korheb is associated with Jehurthy in his role as progenitor of the divine word, a deity of upper worlds. He performs the first act of physical creation in the cosmogony of Hermopolis. Here, the sacred resonance is the initial impulse that gives life to all things, and the Korheb provides this function in the ceremony by reciting the divine litany of the Netar. The development of a pleasing rhythmical voice adds to the power of the litany, and it should be practiced as much as possible to become like second nature. If the participant prefer, the Korheb may be the sole person holding the right book during the ceremony, which may be passed around in turn to those who require it for their recitations. This frees the attention of everyone to the metaphysical dimension of the work while allowing the Korheb to focus on the protocol of the rites. For public ceremonies, the Korheb may pause during the rite to explain the meaning of certain actions to the audience or to prompt participants in the next course of ritual action. Following all ceremonies, the Korheb is expected to maintain and keep the record book of the temple, which notes the relevant facts of each meeting, ceremonial or social. The importance of this record should not be underestimated. It serves as a reminder to all the spiritual progress made throughout the temple's endeavors and draws attention to unfinished business for unanswered questions that must be resolved. Patrons of this role include Shu and Combs. Moving on, the Hymn Netar, the Divine Incarnation, the patron Nebhet. In ancient times, the Hymnetar, the Hymnetar was usually the senior of the temple or a master of the temple's tradition. Hem, meaning distinguished, was also a word indicating incarnation or presence, alluding to the deity's nature that is spiritually assumed by the dedicated servant. This priest is the chief ceremonialist and is expected to know the full order of ceremonies and the procedures for all the rites. In particular, the Hemnetar is also charged with keeping the fire of the sanctuary and providing the incense, herbs, and resins required to maintain the pleasing environment of the divine house. The ancient Egyptians believed that scent drew divinity into the temple. Its consistent provision is an essential component in fulfilling that aim. The maintenance of light is also the responsibility of the Hemnetar, along with the overall organization of the sanctuary prior to the ceremony and its cleaning afterward. Theurgy is the science of divine evocation. In temple ceremony, this work is performed by the Hemnetar in the rite of invocation, where the ritualist, as divine enunciator, is co-creator of the Nether's manifestation. This is why rites of purification are so essential prior to all ceremonies. The ancient Egyptians had specific procedures for this, from cleansing the mouth to painting sacred images on the tongue. These actions stem from the belief that words of invocation must come out of a ritually pure mouth that is dedicated, at least for the length of the ceremony, if not life, to bringing forth divine life. The Hymnetar literally performs the work of bringing forth the god, and may be called upon to teach and train in this aspect of ceremonial service. Nebhet, the deity who assisted all sects in the birth of Heru and ever afterward was regarded as the divine midwife and a nurse, is associated with this priestly role. Other patrons include Tayet, Renutet, and Nefertepet of Heliopolis. Next, we move on to the Seer. The Seer, the patron is Hiru. Supervising the spiritual protocol of temple ritual is the Ma, or seer. This word also refers to the sensing of sight, and in the context of ceremonial magic, implies the special ability to view the ritual and its participants with spiritual insight. Clairvoyance has always been the end product of deep metaphysical training, and contact with spiritual forces is believed to enhance this gift. That is why the Ma's duties come into play after the god is invoked. In the dedication of the temple, she must direct the divine presence to maintain its existence in the sanctuary and to provide the benefits requested. Extended communications with the deity may also take place, and the Ma, the seer, may intercede for inexperienced participants with the god. In essence, the Ma performs the two-way function of communicating with the deity once it has become manifest. She also represents the temple as a whole in the divine worlds during the ceremony. The Ma's patron deity is Hiro, in his form as sacred falcon. The bird is known particularly for its acute visual ability and swiftness. In the Osirian myth, Hiru's eye was torn away by his adversary Set, but it was restored by Jehuti, and in its renewed form provided great power to the god. Hiru's images are found in the mythological tenets of Heliopolis, Memphis, and Dendera. Other patrons include Ra, Mont, Min, and the initiatory deity Durnawe, and the four genii Imset, Dumutep, Qabsnuf, and Harpi. Next, we move on to the Sertem, the steward. The patron here is Geb. Every temple in Egypt had a group of provisioners who performed the daily tasks of arranging sustenance for the god. After food and drink were offered in the sanctuary, the provisions were distributed to temple personnel in a rite regarded as the reversion of offerings. The Satam, keeper of offerings, prepared and presented the nourishment and gifts, clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics for temple ceremonies. The god's entry into the mortal sphere was believed to necessitate all the equipment for daily existence, and every item that a revered guest might require was furnished to the netter through a daily welcoming rite in the sanctuary. I'm going to stop right here, and for those that are still here, you're here often, so this one's for you. Okay? Through meditation, through all of this stuff that I share with you on a regular basis, okay? This is where it gets to, all right? Yeah, you're a healer. Yeah, you're a helper. Yeah, all this other good stuff, whatnot. Though, to be able to develop the mind so that you can have the presence of a God descend, yes, descend, and to have residence in your mind. They don't want to take over your mind. They want to sit as a co-pilot. We mentioned this twice earlier. A co-creator. You're a co-creator. And as your body, as you develop an ethereal charge about your own frequency, then the divine can truly take a seat within your mind, within your heart, and you can coexist and you bring to life, and that is truly where your power is manifold and manifest to its most living degree, that everything that I've learned from ancient formulas to stories of men performing feats of godlike events, like power, like this is where it comes from. This is really the connection, and this is what you can tap into if you so choose to. You can use it to benefit you, to just simply bring you to a state of peace, or you can truly seek to continually ascend every single day. Every single day you're attaining new heights. Don't forget what you ascended to yesterday. Just because you woke up to some new problem or some family issue, don't forget what you grabbed a hold of yesterday. Because if you can remember all that work you did on yourself and how much progress you made, then you're going to pick up right where you left off and you're going to keep on journeying. But if you can't remember, if you forgot about the progress because of some sadness or some conflict or something got under your tushy, whatever the case, well, that's someone living in the past. And it's just like my mom said, if you got one foot in the past and you got another foot in the future, you're pissing on the present. Stop it, stupid. Put your feet together and start walking. Purity of offerings was a priority, and physical cleanliness was not the only criterion. Inferior goods were not deemed proper gifts in the divine house, but if the intention by the presenter was honorable, then prudent redistribution was employed. Prior to the ceremony, the Satam collects all goods that will be presented to the Nether, including those that may be placed on the altar only for the duration of the rites to receive its blessing. Their offerings should be inspected, cleaned, or ceremonially cleansed. The Wab may assist in this duty. They are then presented formally during the rite by the Satem and distributed to the congregation by this priest at the conclusion. The Satem's patron is Geb, regarded by the ancients as Orpa, great provisioner. As father of the terrestrial gods at Heliopolis, he was regarded as the ancestor of the living on earth. Other patrons include Hotep, the Creatrix Nath, and the divine artisan Ptah. Next, we have the Ur, or the Urt, the Hegel, the magician, all set. The sacred names of the Netru and their words of power were viewed as privileged knowledge in the divine house, as vocal resonance was believed to evoke life since the beginning of time. The use of this skill was reserved for the highly trained and dedicated in the temple. The Orheko, great of magic, performs the rite of meditation in temple ceremony, an act that employs both verbal and silent skills of communication. The power of Jet, speech, in the ritual setting, this is the art of verbal articulation, the power to transmit life through the manifestation of the divine word. For the Urheko, the ability to subtly guide the attention of participants to the divine presence and engage in communication with the divinity is essential. It is the truly theurgy in action. Observation of the participants and the temple environment is also critical to this work. A successful invocation will produce results, and the meditation that follows will reveal these results. The temple magician must know how to interpret all sorts of phenomena that may take place and be able to maintain calm despite any strange occurrences. Her function is, in essence, to lead the spiritual attention of the assembly. The patron of the Urheko is all set, the sublime embodiment of magic in ancient Egypt. the great enchantress, the lady of powerful words, as the leading divinity in the Enad of Heliopolis. She has been regarded over the millennia as the most powerful goddess in the Egyptian pantheon, and not without reason. All Set hears all prayer and answers all inquiries, and so her priests must be mindful of all that takes place in the divine house. Other patrons of this role include Serkit, Meskernet, and Sabdet. In ancient time, moving on to the Sult, the Watcher, Anpu. In ancient times, the temple possessed sentries who stood watch in the sacred precinct throughout the day and night. On occasion, policing was necessary, but the spiritual role of the soul, the watcher, was to act as doorkeeper of the sanctuary area, ensuring that only dedicated clergy entered the consecrated space. In temple work, this priestess also observes the spiritual climate during ceremonies and may provide interpretations to participants afterward. The engagement of a doorkeeper in the modern temple eliminates concerns about interruptions from the outside world, from telephone calls to noisy pets. On the inner planes, the soul is expected to place herself before any disruptive force that may impose itself in a ceremony, and should be in possession of the invocations that banish such influences. In the ancient temple, the soul, SAU, the soul, were also known as reciters, continuously chanting protective spells to maintain the peace of the sanctuary. The soul performs the closing rite in the temple so that the cosmic order evoked by the ceremony can be maintained and taken into the world of the living, where it will vitalize the environment. Her patron deity is Anpu, the divine jackal, guardian of all sacred places and reserved knowledge. Other patrons include Apuat, the opener of the ways, Heko, and Kepri. Next, we have the Sernu or the Cernut, which is the physician, Sekhmet Bast. In ancient Egypt, the Sernu were physicians of both body and soul, priests who healed both physically and spiritually. These consecrated to Sekhmet Bast were surgeons, invested with the flint and knife of the goddess. The Sekhmet Bast priests were also exorcists, assigned to deal with the most malevolent forces that could adversely affect large groups of people, such as armies and expeditions. In the modern temple, the Sednu arranges the special rites that follow the standard liturgy. Most of these are concerned with healing and extensions of benefit of temple participants. A special study of occult healing is encouraged when serving this priestly function because the constructive use of spiritual force that comes from the powerful results of ceremony is the ultimate aim of temple work. Such study may include alternative disciplines such as herbalism, magnetic manipulation, hypnosis, nutritional therapy, and I'm going to say it wrong, homeopathy, homeopathy, all related to the healing tradition of ancient Egypt. The Sinu's patron is Sekhmet Bast, goddess of medicine and surgery. Other patrons include Imhotep, Amunhotep, son of Hapu, Paket, and Bastet. Next, we have the Mur, or the Murt, the overseer, and the patron of this one is Set. Every divine house requires a ways and a means person, someone who will solve the basic problems of furnishing the sacred space, feeding participants and visitors, and raising funds for special needs. In ancient times, the Mur served as overseer, negotiating the sale or barter of temple goods for supplies needed by temple personnel. In modern temple, this priest likewise administers to the physical planning and execution of the divine work. The Mur is not expected to perform all the duties required to make ceremonial events run smoothly. Rather, She should have the skill to select those who possess the talents to provide for certain requirements and direct them to appropriately fulfill those needs. For instance, if floral offerings may be needed for certain ceremonies, the Mar would find the supplier, negotiate payments or barters, and arrange for their timely delivery. The records of temple goods and finances are also maintained by the Mer. The Mer's functions are governed by Set, who is concerned with material life and its continuance. It should be remembered that though this deity was regarded as malevolent in the Osirian mythos, he was honored throughout Egyptian history and in some temple traditions was a principal divinity. Some of the most accomplished and respected royal persons were named in his honor, such as Seti the First, father of Ramses II, and refurbisher of the glorious Osirian temple at Abydos. Other patrons of this role include Torth, Sorberik, and Apep. The Sentient Oracle, which the patron is Mahat. Knowledge of sacred periods was essential in most ancient cultures for determining the appearances of the gods, commemorating their festivals, and responding to both benefic and malefic forces that follow the rhythms of nature. The Sentient is charged with this work, along with specializing in any role of divination sciences that allow foresight of and insight into sacred events. A timetable for upcoming events should be made available to the temple by the Sentient, outlining the times of solar, lunar, and stellar cycles. She should also be versed in several forms of divination, such as scrying and reading sacred images like the tarot. In ancient Egypt, the casting of lots was considered unseemly in the temple environment, so the use of dice and runes is not necessarily used on the ancient Egyptian side. However, a form of divination using the casting sticks of the sacred game Senet was used, and this tradition has been passed down through time in the practice of geomancy. The most respected form of divination used in Egypt was dream interpretation. Whoa. The most respected form of divination used in Egypt was dream interpretation, which entails not only an understanding of symbolism and psychology, but a well developed intuitive skill and empathy with the dreamer. That's what I love doing is dream interpretation. Like, man, I explain dreams out like nobody else's business. I connect dots like nobody's seen them before. I'm like, boop, 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 bam. That's what the message was. And they'd be like, whoa. Now, I want to connect to the casting of sticks when we talk of casting lots. Those casting of those sticks makes me think very much of the oh gosh darn it, the I Ching system, bro. The I Ching system, that's like really that's what it was they were casting sticks. And in casting those sticks they were able to see a divination. And so they did do a casting, not so much a casting of lots, but they did do a casting. They did throw it down and did read into that and had that understanding. In temple ceremony, the Sinthiat performs the rite of pronouncement, the words of the invoked god to the congregation. The patron of this priest is Mahat, who is consort to Jehuti in the cosmic world. He provides the sound, the vibration for creation, while Mahat provides the vessel or matrix or its embodiment. Thus, she was regarded as mistress of truth, knowing the perfect forms of all things. Seshat and the 42 Maharti, the 42 goddesses, are also patrons of this role. And then we have the Wab, the Aspargar, the patron is Nut. The name Uab means pure one, and is the same word used to denote water. Hence, it is not surprising that the role of this priest encompasses the purification and ceremonial cleansings that were traditionally performed before offerings were made in the temple and tomb. Water was the primary agent for these rites. All the water was believed to have originated from Nun, the primeval abyss, As such, it carried the power to renew and rejuvenate, just as the gods could cyclically return to the watery origins and come into being once again. Equally important was the use of natron, a naturally occurring desert salt, and incense, substances that are natural disinfectants. The Wa prepares consecrated water, and in the absence of a dedicated well, it is usually taken from a natural source, a river or a lake, filtered and stored in protective containers. She then performs aspersions, the sprinkling of consecrated water on offerings, amulets, and any space that will be used, permanently or temporarily, for ceremony. This ensures that the environment is sanctified, even though it may not have been ritually consecrated as a whole. The uwab may also assist in the ablutions that are performed prior to ceremony by other temple members or for guests. This includes providing the water, the sacred oils, and any accessories required for anointing and purification. She must also be well versed in the rites of purification, including the body cleansing performed for the initiations and healing. The patron of the Uab is Nut, the nether of celestial existence. Others include Nun, Nefertum, Sheswu, and Tefnut. Today, this information has so many vast applications into one's life. A lot of what we read, we can see, has been adopted into other religious systems, systems that we grew up with, and systems that we've seen. These essentially describe the 12 months, the 12 seasons of the year, and how a representative was within a place within the temple in which anybody who was going through that cycle, the temple could assist them to cleanse that energy. The temple was there for service of the people on a day-to-day basis, and those big celebrations, they happened every month. And they brought everybody together to bring a big amount of energy for the entire land and for all proper connections with nature to honor the cycles. All of the information I'm reading, it's not for you to go create a temple, but it's for you to connect with elements that you already live, that you already do from day to day, and you're like, oh yeah, I connect with that. Oh yeah, I kind of do that. Not that you do every single thing point for point, not that you're following the rule or format of which I'm reading, but that you do have connection, that your soul is bringing that memory from your past lives into today so that you can walk into your new life, so that you can have mastery over the events around you and navigate when you know that other people are simply just going to be a distraction in your way. Like the book I'm reading here, that I'm reading from, it has so much truth, it has so much reality in it. And this was one of my early books that I really got into. And it helped me connect a lot of dots that before I never was able to connect. It let me see the legitimate actual history versus a lot of things that were just being pasted together and I could see on a quick, TikTok video or something. But really getting into a subject and really allowing your mind and heart to learn this this is part of that narrow path. This is
This is a big advantage that you have that others do not. And to be aware that you have this advantage, well, you just keep that in your pocket. You don't have to try to go give it away. You find the right person, you got a good friend, you got that kind of thing going on, yeah, man, share it away. Do your jam, you know? Rock with it. But what I share is really for you to grow, for you to use for yourself. And pick and choose what connects with you. I won't bring that out again. Pick and choose what you resonate with. I'm gonna tell you why I hold values from Christianity. My journey started with Jesus and God and all that good stuff. It started there. It began there. That was the starting mark. That's where everybody else lines up for their journeys, and a lot of people, most people. But where you start is not where you end. Not. You ascend. You ascend. You move beyond. To be a master of your own life, of your own thoughts, to be able to stop thoughts or start thoughts, to be able to create dreams or just rest in some silence within your mind for a while. The temple master. Hmm, interesting. But you are the walking temple. You are the living temple. You can be. You can refine it. Now, while we recognize that Egypt was governed by a monarchy, the royal person was also a metaphor of the consciously realized individual, because she was viewed as a direct descendant of the gods. The elevation of the royal person represented the cultural aspirations of society, the stability it sought for the present and future, and the continuity of the past. In ancient times, the system relied almost exclusively upon family lineages, as the Egyptians believed that divine blood flowed through the royal house. From an archaic period when the gods lived on earth and found Egypt, and while certain individuals were recognized as descendants of divine beings, the system was not infallible. As history has shown, numerous non royal individuals, male and female, arose at critical historical periods to introduce new cultural mandates and represent spiritual objectives that superseded ones of the past. They did so not only with the support of the temples that perpet- perpetrated this tradition, but also with the consent of the gods, if such records can be believed. An example of this reign of Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who has aroused such curiosity and speculation in modern times, a legitimate descendant of the Thutmose royal house. She nevertheless broke with tradition and assumed not only the office of monarch, but the role of pharaoh and not queen. At her glorious mortuary temple of Dir el Bahari on the western bank of Thebes,
Jezaru, the most holy place. Inscriptions disclose that Atum himself came to her mother and she was conceived as the Nether's divine descendant, destined to rule Egypt. The same theme is repeated in the Luxor temple birth of for the conception and birth of Amenhotep III, where in the birth chamber his conception is symbolized between the god Amun and his mother Motenwaya. In modern times, the representation of one individual for the spiritual undertakings of the whole is not possible within the constructs of our societies have created. At most, teachers and interpreters of spiritual traditions can exemplify such undertakings, but in the democratic spirit of our age, it is possible for the individual to step into divine territory and call upon the ancestral spirits of the past and claim their powers, when it was once only the privilege of divine descendants. For after all, are we not all enfolded in the miracle of divine creation, now melded into a family of gods in the making? The role of spiritual kingship is not only achievable in the present, it also has a vital goal in spiritual practice. Modern individuals have earned this opportunity and responsibility through the development of consciousness that the ages have provided, and the striving for the common good that is built into our everyday consciousness. Thus, practitioners should never be discouraged if they cannot work with a full cadre of temple personnel. Two or three persons may assume the duties and scripts of the traditional 12 ritualists as long as everyone understands what each role is expected to do and in what sequence. For instance, the soul, the watcher, is expected to be vigilant during rites for outside interference, while the Hegel, the magician, ensures that spiritual focus is maintained by all present during the interval of meditation. The same person can perform the tasks of both soul and Hegel since attention and close observation are required of both roles, and it should be emphasized that, in keeping with ancient tradition, these roles should be rotated periodically for a number of reasons. Skill in the full repertoire of ceremonial service is a mark of true accomplishment for each member, and the arrangement and working in files discourages the consecration of authority in one or a few individuals, a situation that could be harmful to all. If one individual pursues the work of each priestly role for the file period of 4 months, an Egyptian season, a total of 4 years will have been spent in temple service, a period that closely matches ancient training in the divine house and also provided the model for modern undergraduate study. Don't you find it interesting how a president has a 4 year term? There were other classes of priests. Some arose at certain historical periods out of the transient needs of the times, while others are distinguished by special talents or powers required by certain rites. For example, the Unmutef, the pillar of his mother, is closely associated with the transforming ritual of the opening of the mouth, both in temple and tomb, and appears only at this ceremony. The role is associated with Heru and was filled by a close relative in the funerary scenario, and in temple ritual by a senior member of the clergy. The Samaref is another ceremonial role associated with Shuhuti and literally means his beloved son, though it also refers to kinsman and close friend. Jehuti's function is similar to that of sponsor in Masonic ceremonies, and he appears as patron of the temple initiate. But the priests of ancient Egypt did not exercise any greater moral authority than others in the community. His or her vital role required not only adherence to tradition dictated by the ancient record of the temple. Rules or decrees were set only by the royal persons of the time, who was viewed as the only authority in religious matters while living. As such, the priestly roles outlined here should not be viewed as separate functions that segregate one class of priests from another. They encompass a set of responsibilities that must be fulfilled in unison with the rest of the temple's body, along with a continual study and practice that aims for flawlessness in all roles. Each priestly title brings an integrity to the practitioner that cannot be compared to a job or a duty in the secular world. The maintenance of the temple through the spiritual commitment of the priesthood enriches every dimension of one's life and the lives of all who enter the divine house. Now, I want to impress very, very, very heavily that in no way am I proposing that you go start or join a temple and start doing these things. But in one's own life, I have learned that we very much well can employ these aspects of knowledge and awareness for ourselves in our own cycles and in our own processes. We can be aware of these different roles of scribing, of writing, of learning how to do this. Many of the times, what do? We do it on the phone, we type on the laptop, on the computer, on the keyboard, print it out. Very seldom do people actually write anything anymore. And being a scribe, it is important to write things out. It is important to take physical notes. And these types of things are very, very important. And so, for an individual, if they haven't been doing one thing or they have been doing something, to be encouraged to see that they are that temple, they are that living temple, that walking temple that can morph and change. And out in the middle of public, a ritual's not going on, but life is happening, and there's somebody, and I'm here, full man, like, let's you need a cigarette, here you go, here's the light, let's have a fun, let's have some coffee, let's drink some tea. And the individual who is the magician, who is the healer, this master, can morph and change. You can become the most unforgettable positive memory in somebody's mind. And I truly believe that's where we live. That's where we truly bless each other, is when we think of one another. Those thoughts alone, when the heart goes out, that is, to me, that is not just a prayer of asking, but that is the sending out of energy from the heart, information, awareness. I think of, when I think of spirituality, divine interaction with mankind, I think of man, I think of human, and blowing a horn, hitting a gong, making a noise because you see in the distance another human. You see movement that's not animal, and it's gotta be another human. You know it is, and so you make whatever sound you can to signal that, hey, there's life. Gotta make contact. Been alone all this time. And so, with the divine energy and reaching forward our energy and developing it forward positively every day, and confronting what we must not want to confront, doing what we must when the time comes, in each situation appropriately, we elevate to that divine consciousness and that divine connection with holiness, with God, with however you see that truth to be.
Gotta change up. Next, we're going to turn to H.P. Lovecraft. This one is called The Strange High House in the Mist. I'd like to thank everybody that joins me, because as much as I may encourage you, you encourage me. Because here's a little bit of my recipe. There's about, like, I don't know, if I put a number on it, it'd be inaccurate. But just say, I got like 10 different things that I like to do. I got books I'm reading. One of those things that I like to do has several books that I'm reading, right? Pick up this book, move on to that book, pick up that book, whatever the case, different books that I have access to that I'm reading. Another one is perhaps studying, talking about how the interactions of life are very interesting, and connecting those dots of interesting. I mean, whoa, I see something's been going on here, or there's something there. So philosophy, different aspects. And so as we spend time together, I can access one of those different things. I can turn to one of those different channels of enjoyment that I like. Enjoyment that is able to allow my mind to grow and develop, and thus you get to be on that kind of journey with me. And so I encourage you to find and have a repertoire of things, whether it be accessible in a bag or on your person or in your pocket or on the phone or whatever. But have a repertoire of things that you could turn your attention to and you're happy to turn your attention to. So, no matter what the environment, no matter what the situation, whether it be independent, just yourself, whether other people be involved, you have something you can pivot to, and you don't have to go on the tune that they saw you heading towards. You just pick whichever one you will, and yep, that one looks good. We'll go with that one. I left off there. I was pretty interested to see where that one goes. And you'll always have something to keep your attention fixed upon, something that's going to develop and be in your wavelength. This is how I stay focused on moving forward, and am able to keep the distractions as if they were like I passed them. They were there, they're gone. I'm moving this way. Anyways, the strange high house in the mist. In the morning, mist comes up from the sea by the cliffs beyond Kingsport. White and feathery, it comes from the deep to its brothers, the clouds, full of dreams of dank pastures and caves of Leviathan. And later, in still summer rains on the steep roofs of poets, the clouds scatter bits of those dreams that men shall not live without a rumor of old strange secrets and wonders that planets tell planets alone in the night. When tales fly thick in the grottos of Tritons,
and conches and seaweed cities blow wild tunes learned from the elder ones. Then greater eager mists flock to heaven laden with lore, and ocean-ward eyes on the rocks see only a mystic whiteness, as if the cliff's rim were the rim of all earth, and the solemn bells of boys tolled free in the aether of fairy. Now north of archaic Kingsport the crags climb lofty and curious, terrace on terrace, till the northernmost hangs in the sky like a grey frozen wind cloud. Alone it is, bleak point jutting in limitless space, for there the coast turns sharp where the great Miskatonic pours out the plains past Oticum, bringing woodland legends and little quaint memories of New England's hills. The sea folk in Kingsport look up at the cliff as other sea folk look up at the pole star, and time the night's watches by the way it hides or shoes the great bear, Cassiopeia, and the dragon. Among them it is one with the firmament, and truly it is hidden from them when the mist hides the stars or the sun. Some of the cliffs they love, as that whose grotesque profile they call Father Neptune, or that whose pillared steps they term causeway. But this one they fear because it is so near the sky, the Portuguese sailors coming in from a voyage across themselves when they first see it, and the old Yankees believes it would be much graver matter than death to climb it, if indeed that were possible. Nevertheless, there is an ancient house on that cliff, and at evening men see lights in the small paned windows. The ancient house has always been there, and people say one dwells therein who talks with the morning mists that come up from the deep, and perhaps sees singular things oceanward at those times when the cliff rims becomes the rim of all the earth, and solemn voice toll free in the white aether of fairy. This they tell from hearsay, for that forbidding crag is always unvisited, and natives dislike to train telescopes on it. Summer boarders have indeed scanned it with jaunty binoculars, but have never seen more than the gray primeval roof, peaked and shingled, whose eaves come nearly to the gray foundations, and the dim yellow light of the little windows peeping out from under whose those eaves in the dusk. These summer people do not believe that the same one has lived in ancient house for hundreds of years, but cannot prove their hearsay to any real king's porter. Even the terrible old man who talks to leaden pendulums and bottles, buys groceries with centured Spanish gold, and keeps stone idols in the yard of his antediluvian cottage in Water Street, can only say these things were the same when his grandfather was a boy, and that must have been inconceivable ages ago, when Belcher or Shirley or Pownall or Bernard was governor of his Majesty's province of the Massachusetts Bay. Then one summer there came a philosopher into Kingsport. His name was Thomas Olney, and he taught ponderous things in a college by Narragansett Bay. With a stout wife and romping children he came, and his eyes were weary with seeing the same things for many years, and thinking the same well-disciplined thoughts. He looked at the mists from the diadem of Father Neptune, and tried to walk into their white world of mystery along the tightened steps of the causeway. Morning after morning he would lie on the cliffs and look over the world's rim at the cryptic lather beyond, listening to spectral bells and the wild cries of what might have been gulls. Then, when the mist would lift and the sea stand out prosy with the smoke of steamers, he would sigh and descend to the town where he loved to thread the narrow olden lanes up and down hill and study the crazy tottering gables and odd pillared doorways which had sheltered so many generations of sturdy sea folk. And he even talked with the terrible old man who was not fond of strangers, and was invited into his fearsomely archaic cottage, where low ceiling and wormy paneling hear the echoes of disquieting silhouettes in the dark small hours. Of course, it was inevitable that Olney should mark the gray, unvisited cottage in the sky on that sinister northward crag, which is one with the mists and the firmament. Always over Kingsport it hung, and always its mystery sounded in whispers through Kingsport crooked alleys. The terrible old man wheezed the tale that his father had told him of lightning that shot one night up from that peaked cottage to the clouds of higher heaven, and Granny Orne, whose tiny gambled roof abode in Ship Street, is all covered with moss and ivy, croaked over something her grandmother had heard at second hand about shapes that flapped out of the eastern mist straight into the narrow single door of that unreachable place. For the door is set close to the edge of the crag toward the ocean, and glimpsed only from ships at sea. At length, being avid for new strange things, and held back by neither the king's sports fear nor the summer boarder's usual indolence, Olney made a very terrible resolve, despite a conservative training, more because of it. For humdrum lives breed wistful longings of the unknown. He swore a great oath to scale that avoided northern cliff and visit the abnormally antique gray cottage in the sky. Very plausibly, his saner self argued that the place must be tenanted by people who reached it from inland along the easier ridge besides the Miskatonic estuary. Probably they traded in Articum, knowing how little Kingsport liked their habitation, or perhaps being unable to climb down the cliff on the Kingsport side, only walked out along the lesser cliffs to where the great crag leaped insolently up to consort with celestial things, and became very sure that no human feet could have mounted or descended on that beetling southern slope. East and north it rose thousands of feet vertically from the water, so only the western side, inland and toward Argum, remained. One early morning in August, Olney set out to find a path to the inaccessible pinnacle. He worked northwest along pleasant back roads, past Hooper's Pond and the old brick powder house, to where the pastures slope up to the ridge above the Miskatonic, and give a lovely vista of Arkham's white Gorgonian steeples across leagues of river and meadow. Here he found a shady road to Arkham, but no trail at all in the seaweed direction he wished. Woods and fields crowded up to the high bank of the river's mouth, and bore not a sign of man's presence, not even a stone wall or a straying cow, but only the tall grass and giant trees and tangles of briars that the first Indian might have seen as he climbed slowly east, higher and higher above the estuary on his left, and nearer the sea. He found the way growing in difficulty till he wondered however the dwellers in that disliked place managed to reach the world outside, and whether they came often to Marquette and Arcot. Then the trees thinned, and far below him, on his right, he saw the hills and antique roofs and spires of Kingsport. Even Central Hill was a dwarf from this height, and he could just make out the ancient graveyard by the Congressional Hospital, beneath which rumors said some terrible caves or burrows lurked. Ahead lay sparse grass and scrub blueberry bushes, and beyond them the naked rock of the crag and the thin peak of the dreaded gray cottage. Now the ridge narrowed, and Olney grew dizzy at his loneliness in the sky. South of him, the frightful precipice above Kingsport. North of him, the vertical drop of nearly a mile to the river's mouth. Suddenly, a great chasm opened up before him, 10 feet deep, so that he had to let himself down by his hands and drop to a slanting floor, and then crawl perilously up a natural defile in the opposite wall. So this was the way the folk of the uncanny house journeyed betwixt earth and sky. When he climbed out of the chasm, in a morning mist was gathering, but he clearly saw the lofty and unhallowed cottage ahead. Walls as gray as the rock, and high peaks standing bold against the milky white of the seaward vapors, and he perceived that there was no door on this landward end, but only a couple of small lattice windows with dingy bullseye panes leaded in 17th century fashion. All around him was cloud and chaos, and he could see nothing below but the whiteness of illimitable space. He was alone in the sky with his unusual and very disturbing house, and when he sighted around to the front and saw that the wall stood flush with the cliff's edge, so that the single narrow door was not to be reached save from the empty aether, he felt a distinct terror that altitude could not wholly explain, and it was very odd that shingles so worm-eaten could survive, or bricks so crumbled still form a standing chimney. As the mist thickened, Orkney crept around to the windows on the north and west and south sides, trying them, but finding them all locked. He was vaguely glad they were locked, because the more he saw of the house, the less he wished to get in. Then a sound halted him. He heard a lock rattle and a bolt shoot, and a long creak followed, as if a heavy door were slowly and cautiously opened. This was on the oceanward side that he could not see, where the narrow portal be opened on blank space, thousands of feet in the misty sky above the waves. Then there was heavy, deliberate tramping in the cottage, and only heard the windows opening, first on the north side opposite him, and then on the west just around the corner. Next would come the south windows under the great low eaves on the east side where he stood, and it must be said that he was more than uncomfortable as he thought of the detestable house on one side and the vacancy of upper air on the other. When a fumbling came in a nearer casement, he crept around to the west again, flattening himself against the wall beside the now opened windows. It was plain that the owner had come home, but he had not come from the land, nor from any balloon or airship that could be imagined. Steps sounded again, and Olney edged round to the north, but before he could find a haven, a voice called softly, and he knew he must confront his host. Stuck out of a west window was a great black bearded face whose eyes shone phosphorescently with the imprint of unheard of sights, but the voice was gentle and of a quaint olden kind, so that Odin did not shudder when a brown hand reached out to help him over the sill and into a low room of black oak wainscots and carved Tudor furnishings. The man was clad in very ancient garments, and had about him an unplaceable nimbus of sea lore and dreams of tall galleons. Olney does not recall many of the wonders he told, or even who he was, but says that he was strange and kindly, and filled with the magic of unfathomed voids of time and space. The small room seemed green with dim aqueous light, and Olney saw that the far windows to the east were not open, but shut against the misty aether with dull, thick panes like the bottoms of old bottles. That bearded host seemed young, yet looked out of eyes steeped in the elder mysteries, and from the tales of marvelous ancient things he related, it must be guessed that the village folk were right in saying he had communed with the mists of the sea and the clouds of the sky ever since there was any village to watch his tactum dwelling from the plain below. And the day wore on, and still Olney listened to rumors of old times in far places, and heard how the kings of Atlantis fought with slippery blasphemies that wriggled out of rifts in ocean's floor, and how the pillared and weedy temple of Posernus is still glimpsed at midnight by lost ships, who know by its sight that they are lost. Years of the Titans were recalled, but the host grew timid when he spoke of the dim first stage of chaos before the gods or even the elder ones were born, and when only the other gods came to dance on the peak of Hartikra in the stony desert near Urthar beyond the river sky. It was at this point that there came a knocking on the door, that ancient door of nail-studded oak beyond which lay only the abyss of white cloud. Only started in fright, but a bearded man motioned him to be still, and tiptoed to the door to look out through a very small peephole. What he saw he did not like, so pressed his fingers to his lips and tiptoed around to shut and lock all the windows before returning to the ancient settle beside his guest. Then only saw lingering against the translucent squares of each of the little dim windows in succession a unusual black outline as this caller moved inquisitively about before leaving, and he was glad his host had not answered the knocking, for there are strange objects in the great abyss, and the seeker of dreams must take care not to stir up or meet the wrong ones. Then the shadow began to gather, first little furtive little ones under the table, and then bolder ones in dark paneled corners, and the bearded man made enigmatical gestures of prayer and lit all tall candles, and curiosity wrought brass candlesticks. Frequently he would glance at the door as if he expected someone, and at length his glance seemed answered by a singular rapping which must have followed some very ancient and secret code. This time he did not even glance through the peephole, but swung the great oak bar and shut the bolt, unlatching the heavy door and flinging it wide to the stars in the midst, and then to the sound of obscure harmonies where there floated into the room from the deep all the dreams and memories of earth's sunken mighty ones, and golden flames played about weedy locks, so that only was dazzled as he did them homage. Trident bearing Neptune was there in sport of tritons and fantastic nereids, and upon dolphins' backs was balanced the vast crenulate shell, wherein rode the grey and awful form of primal Nordens, lord of the great abyss, and the conches of the Tritons gave weird blasts, and the Nereids made strange sounds by striking on the grotesque resonant shells of unknown lurkers in Black Sea caves. Then hoary Nodens reached forth a wizened hand and helped Oldney and his host into the vast shell, whereat the conches and his gong set up a wild and awesome clamor, and out into the limitless aether reeled that fabulous train, the noise of whose shouting was lost in the echoes of thunder. All night in Kingsport they watched that lofty cliff when the storm and the mist gave them glimpses of it, and when toward the small hours the little dim windows went dark, they whispered of dread and disaster, and Olney's children and stout wife prayed to the bland proper God of Baptists, and hoped that the traveler would borrow an umbrella and rubbers unless the rain stopped by morning. Then dawn swam, dripping the mist wreathed out of the sea, and the boys told solemn vortices of white aether, and at noon elfin horns rang over the oceans as Ordney, dry and light-footed, climbed down the cliffs to antique Kingsport with a look of far places in his eyes. He could not recall what he had dreamed in the sky-perched hut of that still nameless hermit, or say how he had crept down that crag untraversed by other feet, nor could he talk of these matters all save the terrible old man who afterward mumbled unusual things in his long white beard, vowing that the man who came down from that crag was not wholly the man who went up, and that somewhere under that gray peaked roof, or amidst inconceivable reaches of that sinister white mist, there lingered still the lost spirit of him who was Thomas Oldney. And ever since that hour, through dull, dragging years of greatness and weariness, the philosopher has labored and eaten and slept and done uncomplainingly the suitable deeds of a citizen. Not any more does he long for the magic of farther hills, or sigh for secrets that appear like green reefs from a bottomless sea. The sameness of his days no longer give him sorrow, and well-disciplined thoughts have grown enough for his imagination. His good wife waxes stouter, and his children older and prosier and more useful, and he never fails to smile correctly with pride when the occasion calls for it. In his glance there is not any restless light, and if he ever listens for solemn bells or far elfin horns, it is only at night when old dreams are wandering. He has never seen Kingsport again, for his family disliked the funny old houses and complained that the drains were impossibly bad. They have a trim bungalow now in Bristol Highlands where no tall crags tower and the neighbors are urban and modern. But in Kingsport, strange tales are abroad, and even the terrible old man admits a thing untold by his grandfather. For now, when the wind sweeps boisterous out of the north past the high ancient house, that is one with the firmament, there is broken at last the ominous brooding silence ever before the bane of Kingsport maritime cotters, and old folk tell of pleasing voices and heard singing there, and of laughter that swells with joys beyond earth's joys, and say that at evening the little low windows are brighter than formerly. They say, too, that the fierce aurora comes oftener to that spot, shining blue in the north with visions of frozen worlds, while the crag and the cottage hang black and fantastic against wild coruscations. And the mists of the dawn are thicker, and the sailors are not quite so sure that all the muffled seaward ringing is that of the sullen boys. Worst of all, though, is the shriveling of old fears in the hearts of Kingsport's young men, who grow prone to listen at night to the north wind's faint distant sounds. They swear no harm or pain can inhabit that high-peaked cottage, for in the new voices gladness beats, and with them the tinkle of laughter and music. What tales the sea mist may bring to that haunted and northernmost pinnacle, they do not know, but they long to extract some hint of the wonders that knocks at the cliff yawning door when clouds are thickest, and patriarchs dread lest some day one by one they seek out that inaccessible peak in the sky and learn what centuried secrets hide beneath the steep shingled roof, which is part of the rocks and the stars and the ancient fears of Kingsport. That those venturesome youths will come back they do not doubt, but they think a light may be gone from their eyes and the will from their hearts, and they do not wish quaint Kingsport with its climbing lanes and archaic gables to drag listless down the years, while voice by voice the laughing chorus grows stronger and wilder in that unknown and terrible Erie where mists and dreams of mists stop to rest on their way from sea to the skies. They do not wish the souls of their young men to leave the pleasant hearths and gambling roofed taverns of old Kingsport, nor do they wish the laughter and song in that high rocky place to grow louder, for as the voice which has come has brought fresh mists from the sea and from the north fresh lights, so do they say that still other voices will bring more mists and more lights, till perhaps the golden gods, whose existence they hint only in whispers for fear of the congressional parson shall hear, that those gods may come out of the deep and from unknown Cardath in the cold waste and make their dwelling on that evilly appropriate crag so close to the gentle hills and valleys of quiet simple fisher folk. This they do not wish, for to plain people things not of earth are unwelcome. And besides, the terrible old man often recalls what old Nie said about a knock that the lone dweller feared, and a shape seen black and inquisitive against the mist through those unusual translucent windows of leaden bull's eyes. All these things, however, the elder ones only may decide, and meanwhile the morning mist still comes up by that lonely vertiginous peak with the steep ancient house, that grew low-eaved house where none is seen, but where evening brings furtive lights, while the north wind tells of strange revels. White and feathery it comes from the deep to its brothers in the clouds, full of dreams of dank pastures and caves of Leviathan, and when tells of fly thick in the grottos of tritons and conches and seaweed cities, blow wild tunes learned from the elder ones. Then great eager vapors flock to heaven laden with lore, and Kingsport, nestling uneasy on its lesser cliffs below that awesome hanging sentinel of rock, sees oceanward only a mystic whiteness, as if the cliff's rim were the rim of all earth, and the solemn bells of the boys tolled free in the aether of fury. Hmm. Nope, no sugar, just tea. Just tea today. What we're reading from is H.P. Lovecraft. Currently, right now. The next one we're going to read is called The Dream Quest. The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. Sounds interesting. Sweet, bro. Another one. This mentions I'm reading a marble terrace, fairy gates, curious urns. Hmm. Sounds pretty awesome. Temples, colonnades, arched bridges. This one looks pretty darn good. I think it's brilliant and beautiful. Now, there are concepts in ancient documents, in ancient writings, in ancient formulas where naturally one is going to be like, oh, that's evil, that's the devil, rah, rah. But then you read a philosopher and they're using particular words that like directly correlate with these divine writings from around the world, from around the entire world. And it's awesome to see how they see that image, how they see truth, and the beautiful copulation of words that these masters have harmonized into existence.
Oh, awesome, Elric. Boom. Let's jump to this next one. I'll stand up for this one.
Seems like we've got a couple of H.P. Lovecraft fans in the room with us today. See if we don't make everything fall here. Oh, I think we're good. All right. Well, thanks for being with us today. And we were covering H.P. Lovecraft at the moment. Okay, here's one thing. Let's see here. MH2731 put in my struggle. What is your struggle?
See if they're give a reply here. Okay, well, this is what I'm gonna say from what I heard, from what my soul reached out to. Somebody obviously. Oh, wait. Oh, gotcha. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I read that. I scrolled up. I saw that title. I was like, oh, I see that. I got you. Um, as far as book recommendations go, send me an email at cetra@yahoo.com. Name of the channel, setchra@yahoo.com. Or pick any video on my channel and just drop a comment stating the name of the book, and I'll look it up and bring that up. And if I'm inclined to read, I definitely will. Uh, your dead cousin's book, Vasily. That that could be a massive compliment. I would that sounds very a privilege to do. Um, so my email again, Setchra, Setchra @yahoo.com, or make sure just drop me just drop a comment on on any one of the videos. I'll see the notification and I'll shoot you a message with my email, whatever. We'll communicate, and I'll look into it. And that's like reading somebody's work that they've left behind. That's massive. That's right up my alley. All right. The Dream Quest of the Unknown Kadath by H.P. Lovecraft.
3 times Randolph Carter dreamed of the marvelous city, and 3 times was he snatched away while he paused on the high terrace above it, all golden and lovely and blazed in the sunset, with walls, temples, colonnades, and arched bridges of veined marble, silver basined fountains of prismatic spray, and broad squares and perfumed gardens, and wide streets marching between delicate trees and blossom laden urns and ivory statues in gleaming rows, while on steep northward slopes climbed tiers of red roofs and old peaked gables harboring little lanes of grassy cobbles. It was the fever of the gods, a fanfare of supernal trumpets and a clash of immortal cymbals. Mystery hung about it as clouds about a fabulous unvisited mountain, and as Carter stood breathless and expectant on that balustrated parapet, there swept up to him the poignancy and suspense of almost vanished memory, the pain of lost things, and the maddening needs to place again what once had an awesome and momentous place. He knew that for him its meaning must once have been supreme, though in what cycle or incarnation he had known it, or whether in dream or in waking, he could not tell. Vaguely it caught up glimpses of a far forgotten first youth when wonder and pleasure lay in all mystery of days, and dawn and dusk alike strode forth prophetica to the eager sound of lutes and song, unclosing fairy gates toward further and surprising marvels. But each night as he stood on that high marble terrace with the curious urns and carven rail, and looked off over that hushed sunset city of beauty and unearthly eminence, he felt the bondage of dream's tyrannous gods, for in no wise could he leave that lofty spot, or descend the wide memorial flights flung endlessly down to where those streets of elder witchery lay, outspread and beckoning, when for the third time he awakened with those flights still undescended and those hushed sunset streets still untraversed. He prayed long and earnestly to the hidden gods of dream that brood capricious above the clouds on unknown Kadath and the cold waste where no man treads. But the gods made no answer and showed no relenting, nor did they give any favoring sign when he prayed to them in dream, and invoked them sacrificially through the bearded priests Nasht and Karmadan Tha, whose cavern temple with its pillar of flame lies not far from the gates of the waking world. It seemed, however, that his prayers must have been adversely heard, for after even the first of them he ceased wholly to behold the marvelous city, as if his 3 glimpses from afar had been mere accidents or oversights, and against some hidden plan or wish of the gods. At length, sick with longing for those glittering sunset streets and cryptical hill lanes among ancient tilled roofs, nor able sleeping or waking to drive them from his mind, Carter resolved to go with bold entreaty whither no man had gone before, and dare the icy deserts through the dark to where unknown Kadath, veiled in cloud and crowned with unimagined stars, holds secret and nocturnal the onyx castle of the great ones. In light slumber he descended the 70 steps to the cavern of flame and talked of his design to the bearded priest Nashtan Kadmanda, and the priests shook their Schnet-bearing heads and vowed it would be the death of his soul. They pointed out that the great ones had shown already their wish, and that it is not agreeable to them to be harassed by insistent pleas. They reminded him, too, that not only had no man ever been to unknown to Kadath, but no man had ever suspected in what part of space it may lie, whether it be in the dreamlands around our world, or in those surrounding some unguessed companion of Famalhort or Aldebaran. If in our dreamland it might conceivably be reached, but only three fully human souls since time began had ever crossed and recrossed the black impious gulfs to the other dreamlands, and of that three, two had come back to quite mad. There were in such voyages incalculable local dangers, as well as the shocking final peril which gibbers unmentionably outside the ordered universe, where no dreams reach. The last amorphous blight of nethermost confusion which blasphemes and bubbles at the center of all infinity, the boundless daemon Sultan Azathoth, whose name no lips dare speak aloud, and who gnaws hungrily in inconceivable unlighted chambers beyond time amidst the muffled, maddening beating of viol drums and the thin, monotonous whine of accursed flutes, to which detestable pounding and piping dance slowly, awkwardly, and absurdly the gigantic ultimate gods, the blind, voiceless Tenebros, mindless other gods whose soul and messengers is the crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. Of these things was Carter warned by the priest Nashtan Kadamendath in the cavern of flame, but still he resolved to find the gods of unknown Kadath in the cold waste, wherever that might be, and to win from them the sight and remembrance and shelter of the marvelous sunset city. He knew that his journey would be strange and long, and that the great ones would be against it. But being old in the land of dream, he counted on many useful memories and devices to aid him. So, asking a farewell blessing of the priests and thinking shrewdly on his course, he boldly descended the 700 steps to the gate of deeper slumber and set out through the enchanted wood. In the tunnels of that twisted wood, whose low prodigious oaks twine groping boths and shine dim with phosphorescence of strange fungi, dwell the furtive and secretive Zulgs, who know many obscure secrets of the dream world and a few of the waking world, since the wood at two places touches the lands of men, though it would be disastrous to say where. Certain unexplained rumors, events, and vanishments occur among men where the Zulgs have access, and it is well that they cannot travel far outside the world of dream. But over the nearer parts of the dream world they pass freely, flitting small and brown and unseen, and bearing back piquant tales to beguile the hours around their hearths in the forest they love. Most of them live in burrows, but some inhabit the trunks of the great trees, and although they live mostly on fungi, it is muttered that they have also a slight taste for meat, either physical or spiritual, for certainly many dreamers have entered the world who have not come out. Carter had, however, had no fear, for he was an old dreamer and had learnt their fluttering language and made many a treaty with them, having found through their help the splendid city of Celephus in Uth Norgai, beyond the Tanarian hills, where reigns half the year the great King Clorodnes, a man he had known by another name in life. Coronis was the one soul who had been to the star gulfs and returned free from madness. Threading now the low phosphorescent aisles between those gigantic trunks, Carter made fluttering sounds in the matter of the Zulus, and listened now and then for responses. He remembered one particular village of the creatures near the center of the wood, where a circle of great mossy stones in what was once a clearing tells of older and more terrible dwellers long forgotten, and toward this spot he hastened. He traced his way by the grotesque fungi, which always seem better nourished as one approaches the dread circle where elder beings danced and sacrificed. Finally, the greater light of those thicker fungi revealed a sinister green and gray vastness pushing up through the roof of the forest and out of sight. This was the nearest of the great ringstones, and Carter knew he was close to the Zug village. Renewing his fluttering sound, he waited patiently and was at length rewarded by an impression of many eyes watching him. It was the Zoogs, for one sees their weird eyes long before one can discern their small, slippery brown outlines. Out they swarmed from hidden burrow and honeycomb tree till the whole dim-litten region was alive with them. Some of the wilder ones brushed Carter unpleasantly, and one even nipped loathsomely at his ear. But these lawless spirits were soon restrained by their elders. The council of sages, recognizing the visitor, offered a gourd of fermented sap from a haunted tree unlike the others, which had grown from a seed dropped down by someone on the moon. And as Carter drank it ceremoniously, a strange colloquy began. The Zoogs did not, unfortunately, know where the peak of Kadath lies, nor could they even say whether the cold waste is in our dream world or in another. Rumors of the great ones came equally from all points, and one might only say that they were likelier to be seen on high mountain peaks than in valleys, since on such peaks they dance reminiscently when the moon is above and the clouds beneath. Then one very ancient Zug recalled a thing unheard of by the others, and said that in Ulthar, beyond the river Sky, there still lingered the last copy of those inconceivably old Katatic manuscripts, made by waking men in forgotten boreal kingdoms and born into the land of dreams when the hairy cannibal Norknez overcame many templed Orathul and slew all the heroes of the land of Lomar. Those manuscripts, he said, told much of the gods, and besides, in Ulthar, there were men who had seen the signs of the gods, and even one old priest who had scaled a great mountain to behold them dancing by moonlight. He had failed, though his companion had succeeded and perished namelessly. So Randolph Carter thanked the Zoogs, who fluttered amicably and gave him another gourd of moon tree wine to take with him, and set out through the phosphorescent wood for the other side, where the rushing sky flows down from the slopes of Lerion, and Hartheg and Niar and Ulthar dot the plain. Behind him, furtive and unseen, crept several of the curious Zoogs, for they wished to learn what might befall him and bear back the legend to their people. The vast oaks grew thicker as he pushed on beyond the village, and he looked sharply for a certain spot where they would then somewhat stand among the unnaturally dense fungi and the rotting mold of the logs of their fallen brothers. There he would turn sharply aside, for at that spot a mighty slab of stone rests on the forest floor, and those who have dared approach it say that it bears an iron ring 3 feet wide. Remembering the archaic circle of great mossy rocks and what it was possibly set up for, the Zoogs do not pause near the expanse slab with its huge ring, for they realize that all which is forgotten need not necessarily be dead, and they would not like to see the slab rise slowly and deliberately. Carter toured at the proper place and heard behind him the frightened fluttering of some of the more timid Zoogs. He had known they would follow him, so he was not disturbed, for one grows accustomed to the anomalies of these prying creatures. It was twilight when he came to the edge of the wood, and the strengthening glow told him it was the twilight of morning. Over fertile plains rolling down to the sky, he saw the smoke of cottage chimneys, and on every hand were the hedges and plowed fields and thatched roofs of a peaceful land. Once he stopped at a farmhouse well for a cup of water, and all the dogs barked affrightedly at the incopious Zulks that crept through the grass behind. At another house, where people were sitting. He asked questions about gods and whether they danced often upon Lerion, but the farmer and his wife would only make the elder sign and tell him the way to Nir and Uthar. At noon, he walked through the one broad high street of Nir, which he had once visited and which marked his farthest former travels in this direction, and soon afterward he came to the great stone bridge across the sky. Into those central pier, the masons had sealed a living human sacrifice when they built it 1,300 years before. Once on the other side, the frequent presence of cats who all arched their backs at the trailing zoogs revealed the near neighborhood of Uthar. For in Uthar, according an ancient and significant law, no man may kill a cat. Very pleasant were the suburbs of Uthar and their little green cottages and neatly fenced farms, and still pleasanter was the quaint town itself, with its old peaked roofs and overhanging upper stories and numberless chimney pots and narrow hill streets where one can see old cobbles whenever the graceful cats afford space enough. Carter, the cats being somewhat dispersed by the half-seen zoogs, picked his way directly to the modest temple of the Elder Ones, where the priests and old records were said to be, and once within the venerable circular tower of ivied stone which crowns Uthar's highest hill, he sought out the patriarch Atal, who had been up the forbidden peak Hathakra in the story desert, in the stony desert, and had come down again alive. Artal, seated on an ivory dais in a festooned shrine at the top of the temple, was fully 3 centuries old, but still very keen of mind and memory. From him, Carter learned many things about the gods, but mainly that they are indeed only Earth's gods, ruling feebly our own dreamland and having no power or habitation elsewhere. They might, Athal said, heed a man's prayer if in good humor, but one must not think of climbing to their onyx stronghold atop Kadath in the cold waste. It was lucky that no man knew where Kadath towers, for the fruits of ascending it would be very grave. Atol's companion Barzai the Wise had been drawn screaming into the sky for climbing merely the known peak of Hathekra. With unknown Kadath, if ever found, matters would be much worse. For although Earth's gods may sometimes be surpassed by a wise mortal, they are protected by the other gods from outside, whom it is better not to discuss. At least twice in the world's history, the other gods set their seal upon Earth's primal granite, once in antediluvian times, as a guest from a drawing in those parts in the Nakardek manuscripts, too ancient to be read, and once on Harekra when Barzai the wise tried to see Earth's gods dancing by moonlight. So Arthal said it would be much better to let all gods alone, except in tactful prayers. Carter, though disappointed by Athal's discouraging advice and by the meager help to be found in the Nakardek manuscripts and the 7 cryptical books of Sard, did not wholly despair. First, he questioned the old priest about that marvelous sunset city seen from Ryle Terrace, thinking that perhaps he might find it without the god's aid, but Atal could tell him nothing. Probably Atal said the place belonged to his especial dream world and not to the general land of vision that many know, and conceivably it might be on another planet. In that case, Earth's gods could not guide him if they would. But this was not likely, since the stopping of the dream shewed pretty clearly that it was something the Great Ones wished to hide from him. Then Carter did a wicked thing, offering his guileless host so many draughts of the moon wine which the Zulus had given him that the old men became irresponsibly talkative. Robbed of his reserve, poor Atal babbled freely for of forbidden things, telling of a great image reported by travelers as carved on as the solid rock on the mountains Narnak on the side of Wariab in the southern sea, and hinting that it may be a likeness which Earth's gods once wrought of their own features in the days when they danced by moonlight on the mountain. And he hiccoughed likewise that the features of that image are very strange, so that one might easily recognize them, and that they are sure signs of authentic race of the gods. Now, the use of all this in finding the gods became at once apparent to Carter. It is known that in disguise the younger among the great ones often espoused the daughters of men, so that around the borders of the cold waste wherein stands Kadath, the peasants must all bear their blood. This being so, the way to find that waste must be to see the stone face of Naranek and mark the features. Then, having noted them with care, to search for such features among living men, where they are plainest and thickest. There must be the gods dwell nearest, and whatever stony waste lies back on the villages, in that place must be that wherein stands Kedath. Much of the great ones might be learnt in such regions, and those with their blood might inherit little memories very useful to a seeker. They might not know their parentage, for the gods so dislike to be known among men that none can be found who has seen their faces wittingly, a thing which Carter realized even as he sought to scalp Kadath. But they would have unusual lofty thoughts misunderstood by their fellows, and would sing of far places and gardens so unlike any other, even in dreamland, that common folk would call them fools. And from all this, one could perhaps learn old secrets of Kadath, or gain hints of the marvelous sunset city which the gods held secret. And more, one might in certain cases seize some well loved child of a god as a hostage, or even capture some young god himself disguised and dwelling amongst men with a comely peasant maiden as his bride. Athal, however, did not know how to find Negaranek on his Isle of Orial, and recommended that Carter follow the singing sky under the bridges down the southern sea, where no barques of Urthar has ever been, but whence the merchants come in boats or with long caravans of mules and two-wheeled cars. There is a great city there, Dilathlin, but in Ulthor its reputation is bad because of the black three-banked galleys that sail to it with rubies from no clearly named shore. The traders that come from those galleys to deal with the jewelers are human, or nearly so, but the rowers are never beheld, and it is not thought wholesome in Ulthor that merchants should trade with these ships from unknown places whose rowers cannot be exhibited. By the time he had given this information, Atal was very drowsy, and Carter laid him gently on a couch of inlaid ebony, and gathered his long beard decorously on his chest. As he turned to go, he observed that no suppressed fluttering followed him, and wondered why the Zogs had become so lax in their curious pursuit. Then he noticed all the sleek, complacent cats of Uthar licking their chops with unusual gusto, and recalled the spitting and caterwauling he had faintly heard in lower parts of the temple while absorbed in the old priest's conversation. He recalled, too, the evilly hungry way in which an especially imprudent young Zul had regarded a small black kitten in the cobbled street outside. And because he loved nothing on earth more than small black kittens, he stopped and petted the sleek cats of Ulthar as they licked their chops, and did not mourn because those inquisitive Zuls would escort him no farther. It was sunset now, so Carter stopped at an ancient inn on a steep little street overlooking the lower town, And as he went out on the balcony of his room and gazed down at the sea of the red-tilled roofs and cobbled ways and the pleasant fields beyond, all mellow and magical in the slanted light, he swore that Ulthar would be a very likely place to dwell in always, were not the memory of a greater sunset city ever goading one on toward unknown perils. Then twilight fell, and the pink walls of the plastered gables turned violet and mystic, and little yellow lights floated up, one by one, from old lattice windows, and sweet bells pealed in the temple tower above, and the first star winked softly above the meadows across the sky. With the night came song, and Carter nodded as the lutenist praised ancient days from beyond the filigree balconies and tessellated courts of simple Uthar, and there might have been sweetness even in its voices of Uthar's many cats, but that they were mostly heavy and silent from strange feasting. Some of them stole off to those cryptical realms which are known only to cats, and which villagers say are on the moon's dark sides, whither the cats leaped from tall housetops. But one small black kitten crept upstairs and sprang in Carter's lap to purr and play, and curled up near his feet when he lay down at last on the little couch whose pillows were stuffed with fragrant drowsy herbs. In the morning Carter joined a caravan of merchants bound by Dalathlin, with the spun wool of Urthar and the cabbages of Urthar's busy farms, and for 6 days they rode with tinkling bells on the smooth road beside the sky, stopping some nights at the inns of little quaint fishing towns, and now on other nights camping under the stars while snatches of boatmen's songs came from the placid river. The country was very beautiful, with green hedges and groves and picturesque peaked cottages and octagonal windmills. On the seventh day, a blur of smoke arose on the horizon ahead, and in the tall black towers of Dalathlin, which is built mostly of basalt, Dilathleen, with its thin angular towers, looks in the distance like a bit of the giant's causeway, and its streets are dark and uninviting. There are many dismal sea taverns near the myriad wharves, and all the towns is thronged with the strange seamen of every land on earth, and of a few which are said to be not on earth. Carter questioned the oddly robed men of that city about the peak of Naranek on the Isle of Oriab, and found that they knew of it well. Ships came from Bararna on that island, one being due to return thither in only a month, and Nagarnek is but 2 days' zebra side ride from that port. But few had seen the stone face of the god, because it is on a very difficult side of Nagarnek, which overlooks only sheer crags and a valley of sinister lava. Once the gods were angered with the men on that side and spoke of the matter of the other gods. It was hard to get this information from the traders and sailors in Lothlean sea taverns, because they mostly preferred to whisper of the black galleys. One of them was due in a week with rubies from its unknown shore, and the townsfolk dreaded to see it dock. The mouths of the men who came from it to trade were too wide, and the way their turbans were humped up in 2 points above their foreheads was in especially bad taste, and their shoes were the shortest and weirdest ever seen in the Six Kingdoms. But worst of all was the matter of the unseen rowers. Those 3 banks of oars moved too briskly and accurately and vigorously to be comfortable, and it was not right for a ship to stay in port for weeks while the merchants traded. Yet to give no glimpse of its crew it was not fair to the tavern keepers of Dialothley, nor to the grocers and butchers either, for not a scrap of provisions was never sent aboard. The merchants took only gold and stout black staves from Pog across the river. That was all they ever took. Those unpleasantly featured merchants and their unseen rowers never anything from the butchers and grocers, but only gold and the fat black men of Pog, whom they bought by the pound, and the odors from those galleys which the south wind blew in from the wharves are not to be described. Only by constantly smoking strong fogweed could even the hardiest denizen of the old sea taverns bear them. Dilot Lane would never have tolerated the black galleys had such rubies been obtainable elsewhere, but no mine in all earth's dreamland was known to produce their like. Of these things Dilot Lane's cosmopolitan folk chiefly gossiped while Carter waited patiently for the ship from Baharna, which might bear him which might bear him to the isle whereon carven Nagra neck towers lofty and barren. Meanwhile, he did not fail to seek through the haunts of travelers for any tales they might have concerning Kadath in the cold waste, or a marvelous city of marble walls and silver fountains seen below terraces in the sunset. Of these things, however, he learned nothing, though he once thought that a certain old slant-eyed merchant looked unusually intelligent when the cold waste was spoken of. This man was reputed to trade with the horrible stone villages on the icy desert plateau of Lang, which no healthy folk visit and whose evil fires are seen at night from afar. He was even rumored to have dealt with that high priest not to be described, which wears a yellow silken mask over its face and dwells all alone in a prehistoric stone monastery. That such a person might well have had nibbling traffic with such beings as may conceivably dwell in the cold waste then was not to be doubted, but Carter soon found that it was no use questioning him. Then the black galley slipped into the harbor past the basalt mole and the tail lighthouse, silent and alien, and with a strange stench that south wind drove into the town. Uneasiness rustled through the taverns along that waterfront, and after a while the dark, wide-mouthed merchants with humped turbans and short feet clumped stealthily ashore to seek the bazaars of the jewelers. Carter observed them closely and disliked them more the longer he looked at them. Then he saw them drive the stout black men of Poddock up the gangplank, grunting and sweating into that singular galley, and wondered in what lands, or if any lands at all, those pathetic creatures might have destined to serve. And on that third evening of that galley's stay, one of the uncomfortable merchants spoke to him, smirking sinfully and hinting of what he had heard in the taverns of Carter's quest. He appeared to have knowledge too secret for public telling, and though the sound of his voice was unbearably hateful, Carter felt that the lore of so far a traveler must not be overlooked. He bade him therefore be his own guest in locked chambers above, and drew out the last of the Zoog's moon wine to loosen his tongue. The strange merchant drank heavily, but smirked unchanged by the draught. Then he drew forth a curious bottle with wine of his own, and Carter saw that the bottle was a single hollowed ruby, grotesquely carved in patterns too fabulous to be comprehended. He offered his wine to his host, and though Carter took only the least sip, he felt the dizziness of space and the fever of unimagined jungles. All the while the guest had been smiling more and more broadly, and as Carter slipped into blankness, the last thing he saw was that dark, odious face convulsed with evil laughter and something quite unspeakable, where one of the two frontal puffs of that orange turban had become disarranged with the shakings of that epileptic myrrh. Next, Carter had consciousness amidst horrible odors beneath a tent-like awning on the deck of a ship, with the marvelous coasts of the southern sea flying by in an unnatural swiftness. He was not chained, but three of those dark merchants stood grinningly nearby, and the sight of those humps in their turbans made him almost as faint as did the stench that filtered up through the sinister hatches. He saw slip past him the glorious lands and cities of which a fellow dreamer of earth A lighthouse keeper in ancient Kingsport had often discoursed in the old days, and recognized the temple terraces of Zod, abode of forgotten dreams, the spires of infamous Thalarin, the Daedalian city of a thousand wonders where the Adalor Lathi reigns, the charnel gardens of Zora, land of pleasures unattained, and the twin headlands of crystal meeting above in a resplendent arch which guard the harbor of Sorna Nil, blessed land of fancy. Past all these gorgeous lands, the Maladress ship flew unwholesomely, urged by the abnormal strokes of those unseen rowers below, and before the day was done, Carter saw that the steersman could have no other goal than the basalt pillars of the west, beyond which simple folk say splendid Cathoria lies, but which wise dreamers well know are the gates of a simple folk. Say splendid Cathoria, a monstrous cataract wherein the oceans of earth's dreamland drop wholly to abysmal nothingness, and shoot through the empty spaces toward other worlds and other stars and the awful voids outside the ordered universe, where the daemon Sultan Azathoth gnaws hungrily in chaos amid pounding and piping and the hellish dancing of the other gods, blind, voiceless, tenebrous, and mindless, with their soul and messenger Nyarlathotep. Meanwhile, the three Sardanan merchants would give up no word of their intent, though Carter well knew that they must be leagued with those who wished to hold him from his quest. It is understood in the land of dream that the other gods have many agents moving among them, and all these agents, whether wholly human or slightly less than human, are eager to work the will of those blind and mindless things in return for the favor of their hideous soul, and the messenger, the crawling chaos Naralathotep. So Carter inferred that the merchants of the humped turbans, hearing of his daring search of the great ones in their castle on Kadath, had decided to take him away and deliver him to Nyarlathotep for whatever nameless bounty might be offered for such a prize. What might be the land of those merchants in our known universe or in the eldritch spaces outside, Carter could not guess, nor could he imagine at what hellish thrashing place they would meet the crawling chaos to give him up and claim their reward. He knew, however, that no beings as nearly human as these would dare approach the ultimate knighted throne of the daemon Azathoth in the formless central void. At the set of sun, the merchants licked their excessively wide lips and glared hungrily, and one of them went below and returned from some hidden and offensive cabin with a pot and basket of plates. Then they squatted close together beneath the awning and ate of the smoking meat that was passed them around. But when they gave Carter a portion, he found something very terrible in the size and shape of it, so that he turned even paler than before, and cast that portion into the sea when no eye was on him. And again he thought of those unseen rowers beneath, and of the suspicious nourishment from which their far too mechanical strength was derived. It was dark when the galley passed betwixt the basalt pillars of the west, and the sound of the ultimate cataract swelled portentous from ahead, and the spray of that cataract rose to obscure the stars, and the deck grew damp, and the vessel reeled in the surging current of the brink. Then, with a very weird whistle and plunge, the leap was taken, and Carter felt terrors of nightmare as Earth fell away, and the great boat shot silent and comet-like into planetary space. Never before had he known what shapeless black things lurk and caper and flounder all through the aether, leering and grinning at such voyages as might pass, and sometimes feeling about with slimy paws when some moving object excites their curiosity. These are the nameless larvae of the other gods, and like them are blind and without mind, and possessed of singular hungers and thirsts. But that offensive galley did not aim as far as Carter had feared, for he soon saw that the helmsman was steering a course directly for the moon. The moon was a crescent, shining larger and larger as they approached it, and showing its singular craters and peaks uncomfortably. The ship made for the edge, and it soon became clear that its destination was that secret and mysterious side which is always turned away from the earth, in which no fully human person, save perhaps the dreamer Sniareth Ko, has ever beheld. The close aspect of the moon as the galley drew near proved very disturbing to Carter, and he did not like the size and shape of the ruins which crumbled here and there. The dead temples on the mountains were so placed that they could have glorified no wholesome or suitable gods, and in the symmetries of the broken columns there seemed to lurk some dark and inner meaning which did not invite solution. And what the structure and proportions of the Odin worshippers could have been, Carter steadily refused to conjecture. When the ship rounded the edge and sailed over those lands unseen by man, there appeared in the weird landscape certain signs of life, and Carter saw many low, broad, round cottages and fields of grotesque whitish fungi. He noticed that these cottages had no windows, and thought that their shape suggested the huts of Esquimaux. Then he glimpsed the oily waves of a sluggish sea, and knew that the voyages was once more to be by water, or at least those through some liquid. The galley struck the surface with a peculiar sound, and the odd elastic way the waves received it was very perplexing to Carter. They now slid along at great speed, once passing and hailing another galley of kindred form, but generally seeing nothing but the curious sea and a sky that was black and star strewn, even though the sun shone scorchingly through it. There presently rose ahead jagged hills of a leprous looking coast, and Carter saw the thick, unpleasant gray towers of a city. The way they learned and bent, the manner in which they were clustered, and the fact that they had no windows at all was very disturbing to the prisoner, and he bitterly mourned the folly which had made him sip the curious wine of that merchant with the humped turban. As the coast drew nearer and the hideous stench of that city grew stronger, he sat upon the jagged hills many forests. Some of those trees he recognized as akin to that solitary moon tree in the enchanted wood of earth, from whose sap the small brown zoogs ferment their peculiar wine. Carter could now distinguish moving figures on the noisome wharves ahead, and the better he saw them, the worse he began to fear and detest them, for they were not men at all, or even approximately men, but great grayish white slippery things which could expand and contract at will, and whose principal shape, though it often changed, was that of a sort of toad without any eyes, but with a curiously vibrating mass of short pink tentacles on the end of its blunt, vague snout. These objects were waddling busily about the waters, moving bales and crates and boxes with preternatural strength, and now and then hopping on or off some anchored galley with long oars in their forepaws, and now and then one would appear driving a herd of clumping slaves, which indeed were approximate human beings with wide mouths like those merchants who traded in Dlatleen. Only these herds, being without turbans or shoes or clothing, did not seem so very human after all. Some of these individuals, the whiter ones, the fatter ones, whom a sort of overseer would pinch experimentally, were unloaded from ships and nailed in crates which workers pushed into low warehouses or loaded on great lumbering vans. Once a van was hitched up and driven off, and the fabulous thing which drew it was such that Carter gasped, even after having seen the other monstrosities of that hateful place. Now and then a small herd of people dressed and turbaned like the dark merchants would be driven abroad a galley, followed by a great crew of slippery gray-toed things as officers, navigators, and rowers, and Carter saw that the almost human creatures were reserved for the more ignominious kinds of servitude which required no strength, such as steering and cooking, fetching and carrying, and bargaining with men on the earth or other planets where they traded. These creatures must have been convenient on earth, for they were truly not unlike men when dressed and carefully shod and turbaned, and could haggle in the shops of men without embarrassment of curious explanations. But most of them, unless lean and ill-favored, were unclothed and packed in crates and drawn off in lumbering lorries by interesting things. Occasionally other beings were unloaded and crating, some very like these semi-humans, some not so similar, and some not similar at all. And he wondered if any of the poor stout men of Pod were left to be unloaded and crated and shipped inland in those obnoxious dries. When the galley landed at a greasy-looking quay of spongy rock, a nightmare horde of toad things wiggled out of the hatches, and two of them seized Carter and dragged him ashore. The smell and aspect of that city are beyond telling, and Carter held only scattered images of the tilled streets and black doorways and endless precipices of gray vertical walls without windows. At length he was dragged within a low doorway and made to climb infinite steps in pitch blackness. It was apparently all one to the toad things whether it were light or dark. The odor of the place was intolerable, and when Carter was locked into the chamber and left alone, he scarcely had strength to crawl around and ascertain its form and dimensions. It was circular and about 20 feet across. From then on, time ceased to exist. At intervals, food was pushed in, but Carter would not touch it. What his fate would be, he did not know, but he felt that he was held for the coming of that frightful soul and messenger of infinity's other gods. The crawling chaos Nyarlathotep. Finally, after an unguessed span of hours or days, the great stone door swung wide again, and Carter was shoved down the stairs and out into the red-lit streets of that fearsome city. It was night on the moon, and all through the town were stationed slaves bearing torches. In a detestable square, a sort of procession was formed. 10 of the toad things and 24 almost human torchbearers, 11 on either side and one each before and behind. Carter was placed in the middle of the line, 5 toad things ahead and 5 behind, and one almost human torch-bearer on each side of him. Certain of the toad things produced disgustingly carven flutes of ivory and made loathsome sounds. To that hellish piping the column advanced out of the tilled streets and into nighted plains of obscene fungi, soon commencing to climb one of the lower and more gradual hills that lay behind the city, that on some frightful slope or blasphemous plateau the crawling chaos waited. Carter could not doubt, and he wished that the suspense might soon be over. The whining of those impious fools was shocking, and he would have given worlds for some even half normal sound, but these toad things had no voices, and the slaves did not talk back. Then through the star-specked darkness there did come a normal sound. It rolled from the higher hills, and from all the jagged peaks around it was called out the echoed in a swelling pandemoniac chorus. It was the midnight yell of the cat, And Carter knew at last that the old village folk were right when they made low guesses about the cryptical realms which are known only to cats, and to which the elders among cats repair by stealth nocturnally, springing from high housetops. Verily, it is to the moon's dark side that they do go to leap and gambol on the hills and converse with ancient shadows, and here amidst that column of forted things Carter heard their homely, friendly cry, and thought of the steep roofs and warm hearths and little lighted windows of home. Now much of the speech of cats was known to Randolph Carter, and in this far terrible place he uttered the cry that was suitable, but that he need not have done, for even as his lips opened he heard the chorus wax and draw nearer, and he saw swift shadows against the stars, the small graceful shapes leap from hill to hill in gathering legions. The call of the clan had been given, and before the foul procession had time even to be frightened, a cloud of smothering fur and a phalanx of murderous claws were tidily and tempestuously upon it. The flute stopped, and there were shrieks in the night, dying almost human screams, and cats spit and yowled and roared, but the toad things made never a sound as their stinking green ichor oozed fatally upon the porous earth with the obscene fungi. It was a stupendous sight while the torches lasted, and Carter had never before seen so many cats, black, gray, and white, yellow, tiger, and mixed, common, Persian, and monks, Tibetan, Angora, and Egyptian. All were there in the fury of battle, and there hovered over them some trace of that profound and inviolate sanctity which made their goddess great in the temples of Bubastis. They would leap seven strong at the throat of an almost human, or the pink tentacled snout of a toad thing, and drag it down savagely to the fungus plain, where myriads of their fellows would surge over it and into it with the frenzied claws and teeth of a divine battle fury. Carter had seized the torch from a stricken slave, but was soon overborne by the surging waves of his loyal defenders. Then he lay in the utter blackness, hearing the clangor of war and the shouts of the victors, and feeling the soft paws of his friends as they rushed to and fro over him in the fray. At last all the exhaustion closed his eyes, and when he opened them again it was upon a strange scene. The great shining disk of the earth, 13 times greater than that of the moon as we see it, had risen with floods of weird light over the lunar landscape, and across all those leagues of wild plateau and ragged crest there squatted one endless sea of cats in orderly array. Circle on circle they reached, and 2 or 3 leaders out of the ranks were licking his face and praying to him consolingly. Of the dead slaves and toad things there were not many signs, but Carter thought he saw one borne a little way off in the open space between him and the beginning of the solid circles of the warriors. Carter now spoke with the leaders of the soft languages of cats, and learned that his ancient friendship with the species was well known and often spoken of in the places where cats congregate. He had not been unmarked in Uthor when he passed through, and sleek old cats had remembered now he petted them after they had attended to the hungry Zoogs who looked evilly at the small black kitten, and they recalled too how he had welcomed the very little kitten who came to see him at the inn, and how he had given it a saucer of rich cream in the morning before he left. The grandfather of the very little kitten was the leader of the army now assembled, for he had seen the evil procession from a far hill, and recognized the prisoner as a sworn friend of his kind on earth and in the land of dream. A yowl now came from the farthest peak, and the oldest leader paused abruptly in his conversation. It was one of the army's outposts, stationed on the highest of mountains to watch the one foe with Earth's cats fear, of which Earth's cats fear, the very large and peculiar cats from Saturn, who for some reason have not been oblivious of the charm of our moon's dark side. They are leagued by treaty with the evil toad things and are notoriously hostile to our earthly cats, so that at this juncture a meeting would have been a somewhat grave matter. A brief consultation of generals, the cats rose and assumed a closer formation, crowding protectingly around Carter and preparing to take the great leap through space back to the housetops of our Earth and its dreamland. The old field marshal advised Carter to let himself be borne along smoothly and passively in the massed ranks of fury leapers, and told him how to spring when the rest sprang and land gracefully when the rest landed. He also offered to deposit him in any spot he desired, and Carter decided on the city of Dilathaline, whence the Black Galley had set out, for he wished to sail thence for Oriab and the caravan crest of Nagarane, and also to warn the people of the city to have no more traffic with these galleys, if indeed that traffic could be tactfully and judiciously broken off. Then, upon a signal, the cats all leaped gracefully, all their friend packed securely in their midst, while in the black cave on a far unhallowed summit of the moon mountain, still vainly waiting the crawling chaos Naralthotep. The leap of the cats through space was very swift, and being surrounded by his companions, Carter did not see this time the great black shapelessness that lurk and caper and flounder in the abyss, but he fully realized what had happened when he was back in his familiar room at the inn at Dilathaline, and the stealthily friendly cats were pouring out of the window in streams. The old leader from Florida was the last to leave, and as Carter shook his paw, he said he would be able to get home by cock crow. When dawn came, Carter went downstairs and learned that a week had elapsed since his capture and leaving. There was still nearly a fortnight to wait for the ship bound toward Oyab, and during that time he said what he could against the black galleys and their infamous ways. Most of the townsfolk believed him, yet so fond were the jewelers of great rubies that none would wholly promise to cease trafficking with the wide-mouthed merchants. If aught of evil ever befalls Dilathaline through such traffic, it will not be his fault. In about a week, the desiderate ship put in by the Mole and Toll lighthouse, and Carter was glad to see that she was a bark of wholesome men, with painted sides and yellow lateen sails, and a gray captain in silken robes. Her cargo was the fragrant resin of oriabs in her groves, and the delicate pottery baked by artists of Baharna, and strange little figures carved from Narganek's ancient lava. For this they were paid in the wool of Ulthor and the iridescent textiles of Hartheg, and the ivory that the men carve across the river in Park. Carter made arrangements with the captain to go to Baharna, and was told that the voyage would take 10 days, and during his week of waiting he talked much with the captain of Nagaranek, and was told that very few had seen the caravan face thereon, but that most travelers are content to learn its legends from old people and lava gatherers and image makers in Baharna, and afterwards say in their far homes that they have indeed beheld it. The captain was not even sure that any person now living had beheld that caravan face, for the wrong side of Nagara Neck is very difficult and barren and sinister, and there are rumors of caves near the peak wherein dwell the night gaunts, but the captain did not wish to say just what a night gaunt might be like, since such cattle are known to haunt most persistently the dreams of those who think too often of them. Then Carter asked the captain about unknown Kadath and the cold waste and the marvelous sunset city, but of these the good man could truly tell nothing. Carter sailed out of Dilathaline one early morning, when the tide turned, and saw the first rays of sunrise on the thin, angular towers of that dismal basalt town. And for 2 days they sailed eastward in sight of green coasts, and saw often the pleasant fishing towns that climbed up steeply with their red roofs and chimney pots from old dreaming wharves and beaches where the nets lay drying. But on the third day they turned sharply south, where the roll of the water was stronger, and soon passed from sight of any land. On the fifth day the sailors were nervous, but the captain apologized for their fears, saying that the ship was about to pass over the weedy walls and broken columns of a sunken city too old for memory, and that when the water was clear one could see so many moving shadows in that deep place that simple folk disliked it. He admitted, moreover, that many ships had been lost in that part of the sea, having been hailed when quite close to it, but never seen again. That night the moon was very bright, and one could see a great way down the water. There was so little wind that the ship could not move much, and the ocean was very calm. Looking over the rail, Carter saw many fathoms deep the dome of a great temple, and in front of it an avenue of unnatural sphinxes leading to what was once a public square. Dolphins sported merrily in and out of the ruins, and reveled clumsily here and there. Porpoises reveled clumsily here and there, sometimes coming to the surface and leaping clear out of the sea. As the ship drifted on a little, the floor of the ocean rose in hills, and one could clearly mark the lines of ancient climbing streets and the washed-down walls of myriad little houses. Then the suburbs appeared, and finally a great lone building on a hill of simpler architecture than the other structures and in much better repair. It was dark and low, and covered 4 sides of a square, with a tower at each corner, a paved court in the center, and a small curious round windows all over it. Probably it was basalt, though weeds draped the greater part, and such was its lonely and impressive place on that far hill that it may have been a temple or monastery. Some phosphorescent fish inside it gave the small round windows an aspect of shining, and Carter did not blame the sailors much for their fears. Then by the watery moonlight he noticed an odd high monolith in the middle of the central court, and saw that something was tied to it. And when, after getting a telescope from the captain's cabin, that he saw that that bound thing was a sailor in the silk robes of Oreab, head downward and without any eyes, he was glad that a rising breeze soon took the ship ahead to more healthy parts of the sea. The next day they spoke with a ship with violent sails bound for Zar, in the land of forgotten dreams, with bulbs of strange colored lilies for cargo, and on the evening of the 11th day they came in sight of the Isle of Oriab, with Nagarnak rising jagged and snow-crowned in the distance. Oriab is a very great isle, and its port of Baharna is a mighty city. The waters of Baharna are a porphyry, and the city rises in great stone terraces behind them, having streets of steps and that are frequently arched over by buildings and the bridges between buildings. There is a great canal which goes under the whole city, and a tunnel with granite gates that leads to the inland lake of Yath, on whose farther shore are the vast clay brick ruins of a primal city, whose name is not remembered. As the ship drew into the harbor at evening, the twin beacons Thon and Thal gleamed a welcome, and in all the million windows of Baharnas terraces mellow lights peeped out quietly and gradually as the stars peep out overhead in the dusk, till that steep and climbing seaport became a glittering constellation hung between the stars of heaven and the reflections of those stars in the still harbor. The captain, after landing, made Carter a guest in his own small house on the shore of Yath. where the rear of the town slopes down to it, and his wife and servants brought strange toothsome foods for the travelers' delight. And in the days after that, Carter asked for rumors and legends of Nagaranack in all the taverns and public places where lava gatherers and image makers meet, but could not find one who had been up the higher slopes or seen the caravan face. Nagaranack was a hard mountain with only an accursed valley behind it, and besides, one could never depend on the certainty that night gaunts are altogether fabulous. When the captain sailed back to Dialoth, Leia and Carter took quarters in an ancient tavern opening on an alley of steps in the original part of the town, which is built of brick and resembles the ruins of Yath's farther shore. Here he laid his plans for the ascent of Nagara Neck and correlated all that he had learned from the lava gatherers about the roads thither. The keeper of the tavern was a very old man and had heard so many legends that he was a great help. He even took Carter to an upper room in that ancient house and showed him a crude picture which a traveler had scratched on the clay wall in the olden days when men were bolder and less reluctant to visit Nagaranek's higher slopes. The old tavern keeper's great grandfather had heard from his great grandfather, that the traveler who scratched that picture had climbed Nagara Neck and seen the caravan face, here drawing it for others to behold. But Carter had very great doubts, since the large rough features on the wall were hasty and careless, and wholly overshadowed by a crowd of little companion shapes in the worst possible taste, with horns and wings and claws and curling tails. At last, having gained all the information he was likely to gain in the taverns and public places of Baharna, Carter hired a zebra and set out one morning on the road by Yath's shore for those inland parts wherein towers stony Nagara Neck. On his right were rolling hills and pleasant orchards and neat little stone farmhouses, and he was much reminded of fields of that those fertile fields that flank the sky. By evening he was near the nameless ancient ruins on Yath's farther shore, and though lava gatherers had warned him not to camp there at night, he tethered his zebra to a curious pillar before a crumbling wall and laid his blanket in a sheltered corner beneath some carvings whose meaning none could decipher. Around him he wrapped another blanket, for the nights are cold in Oriam, and when upon awakening once he thought he felt the wings of some insect brushing his face, he covered his head altogether and slept in peace till roused by the Margara birds in distant resin groves. The sun had just come up over the great slope whereon leagues of primal black foundations and worn walls and occasional cracked pillars and pedestals stretched down desolate to the shore of Yath, and Carter looked about for his tethered zebra. Great was his dismay to see that docile beast stretched prostrate beside the curious pillar to which it had been tied, and still greater was he vexed on finding that the steed was quite dead, with its blood all sucked away through a singular wound in its throat. His pack had been disturbed, and several shiny knickknacks taken away, and all around on the dusty soil were great webbed footprints for which he could not in any way account. The legends and warnings of gatherers occurred to him, and he thought of what had brushed his face in the night. Then he shouldered his pack and strode on toward Nagara Neck, though not without a shiver when he saw close to him, as the highway passed through the ruins, a great gaping arch low in the wall of an old temple, with steps leading down into darkness farther than he could peer. His course now led uphill through wilder and partly wooded country, and he saw only the huts of charcoal burners and the camps of those who gathered resin from the groves. The whole air was fragrant with balsam, and all the Madaga birds sang blithely as they flash their seven colors in the sun. Near sunset, he came on a new camp of lava gatherers returning with laden sacks from the Dragon Neck's lower slopes, and here he also camped, listening to the songs and tales of the men and overhearing what they whispered about a companion they had lost. He had climbed high to reach a mass of fine lava above him, and at nightfall did not return to his fellows. When they looked for him the next day, they found only his turban, nor was there any sign of the crags below that he had fallen. They did not search any more because the old men among them said it wouldn't be of no use. No one ever found what the night gaunts took, though those beasts themselves were so uncertain as to be almost fabulous. Carter asked them if night gaunts sucked blood and like shining things and left webbed footprints, but they all shook their heads negatively and seemed frightened at his making such an inquiry. When he saw how tactful they had become, he asked them no more, but went to sleep in his blanket. The next day he rose with the lava gatherers and exchanged farewells as they rode west, and he rode east on a zebra and he had bought of them. Their older men gave him blessings and warnings, and told him he had better not climb too high on Nagara Neck. But while he thanked them heartily, he was in no wise dissuaded, for still did he feel that he must find the gods on unknown Kadath, and wend from them away to that haunting and marvelous city in the sunset. By noon, after a long uphill ride, he came upon some abandoned brick villages of the hill people who had once dwelt thus close to Nagara Neck, and carved images from its smooth lava. Here they had dwelt till the days of the old tavern keeper's grandfather, but about that time they felt that their presence was disliked. Their homes had crept even up to the mountain slope, and the higher they built, the more people that would miss when the sun rose. At last they decided it would be better to leave altogether, since things were sometimes glimpsed in the darkness which no one could interpret favorably. So the end of all of them went down to the sea and dwelt in Baharna, inhabiting a very old quarter and teaching their sons the old art of image making, which to this day they carry on. It was from these children of the exiled hill people that Carter had heard the best tales about Nagara Neck when searching through Baharna's ancient taverns. All this time the great gaunt side of Nagara Neck was looming up higher and higher as Carter approached it. There were sparse trees on the lower slope and feeble shrubs above them, and then the bare hideous rock rose spectral into the sky to mix with frost and ice and eternal snow. Carter could see the rifts and ruggedness of that somber stone, and did not welcome the prospect of climbing it. In places there were solid streams of lava and scoriae heaps that littered slopes and ledges, 90 aeons long. Before even the gods had danced upon its pointed peak, the mountain had spoken with fire and roared with voices of the inner thunders. Now it towered all silent and sinister, bearing on the hidden side that secret Titan image whereof rumor told, and there were caves in that mountain which might be empty and alone with elder darkness, or might, if legend spoke truly, hold horrors of a form not to be surmised. The ground sloped upward to the foot of Niagara Neck, thinly covered with scrub, oaks, and ash trees, and strewn with bits of rock, lava, and ancient cinder. There were the charred embers of many camps where the lava gatherers were wont to stop, and several rude altars which they had built either to perpetuate the great ones or to ward off what they dreamed of in Niagara Neck's high passes and labyrinth caves. At evening, Carter reached the farthermost pile of embers and camped for the night, tethering his zebra to a sapling and wrapping himself well in his blanket before going to sleep. And all through the night, a Vornith howled distantly from the shore of some hidden pool, but Carter felt no fear of that amphibious terror, since he had been told with certainty that no one of them dares even approach the slopes of Nagranek. In the clear sunshine of morning, Carter began the long ascent, taking his zebra as far as that useful beast could go, but tying it to a stunted ash tree when the floor of the thin road became too steep. Thereafter, he scrambled up alone, first through the forest with its ruins of old villages and overgrown clearings, and then over the tall grass, where anemic shrubs grew, anemic shrubs grew here and there. He regretted coming clear to the trees, since the slopes was very precipitous, and the whole thing rather dizzying. At length he began to discern all the countryside spread out beneath him whenever he looked around. The deserted huts of the image makers, the groves of resin trees, and the camps of those who gathered from them, the woods where prismatic mangas nest and sing, and even a hint very far away of the shores of Yath, and of those forbidding ancient ruins whose names is forgotten. He found it best not to look around, and kept on climbing and climbing till the shrubs became very sparse, and there was often nothing but the tough grass to cling to. Then the soil became meager, with great patches of bare rock cropping out, and now and then the nest of a condor in a crevice. Finally, there was nothing at all but the bare rock, and it had not been very rough and weathered. He could scarcely have ascended farther. Knobs, ledges, and pinnacles, however, helped greatly, and it was cheering to see occasionally the sign of some lava gatherer scratched clumsily in a friable stone, and know that wholesome human creatures had been there before him. After a certain height, the presence of a man was further shown by hands, holds, and footholds hewn where they were needed, and by little quarries and excavations there were some choice vein or stream of lava had been found. In one place a narrow ledge had been chopped artificially to an especially rich deposit far to the right of the main line of ascent. Once or twice Carter dared to look around, and was almost stunned by the spread of landscape below. All the island betwixt him and the coast lay open to his sight, with Baharna stone terraces, and the smoke of its chimneys mystical in the distance, and beyond that the illimitable southern sea, with all its curious secrets. I'm gonna see how much there is here, as we've clearly went past our time. And this does go on and go on and go on and go on and go on for quite a while. So we're gonna go ahead and call it right there. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for hanging out. I guess I should share a few words before I dip out all of a sudden, huh? I gotta say, man, it's a lot of very interesting information. The occurrences that he has and the relations to our own world and our own realities. People could say the dude's out of his mind. Some people could say he's making up a rhyme. And myself, I'd say he's truly looking into the ether. He's truly seeing beyond. Remember, no matter what happens in your day, it's your direction. Where you lay your head, that's for you. That person don't go home with you. Don't let the problems follow you. Put your mind somewhere enchanting. Put it somewhere happy. Let the people be people. But one thing that we really touched on today is that in any spirituality seeking, it is truly a union of divine and human to be able to come into resonance and union. Much love, many blessings, Donna Dake White. Until we catch you next time.